Me, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, well, excuse me, apologies. The round two has started, and we are waiting for the link. Once we get the link, we will be able to show you guys fully the moves. Trust me, Lapite Oluwadurotimi is on standby, waiting also for the chess link, and we get a kick off. But in the meantime, I think I have to change this my wonderful screen now to the players only, so we can see the players. But don't worry, I can guarantee you we'll be back here. Yes, I'm Oyeleye Olawale, popular known as Chief Wolves, your favorite chief arbiter, and your favorite chess and school instructor. And I'm here live and direct at the venue, Royal Rex Hotel and Spa, um, at the chess challenge winner takes all between Fide Master Abdulrahman Akintoye versus Fide Master Eyetonghan Callistus. And at the moment, Callistus has drawn the first blood, and you can see Abdulrahman in this edition. This round, he did not wear native. He's on his hoodie, and this is war. Um, let's find out if he can actually equalize, or we don't know what Callistus has in store. Yeah, cheers. See you guys soon. let's pause this one so that this one will be streaming and playing at the same time. But what is the chat we're looking for?
Live chat.
No, live chat is it. So, this is your own channel to see live chat. You can even drop your own chat if you want to. Okay.
Where is it?
You can type here if you want to type in. Peter.
Okay.
What's the day? Yeah,
All right.
Right. That is it.
No problem.
Thank you very much for the very brilliant best picture so that so you can kick it up.
All right. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the second round of the chess duel between FM Abdulrahman Abdulraheem and FM Eyetonghan Callistus. So I will, sorry about, we had some technical issues. So I'm going to paste the link on the YouTube, like the Lichess link, for those who want to follow the moves as they started. I'm going to paste the Lichess link here. And I can see that there is sometimes there's a bit of confusion on the Lichess link because people are wondering who is white and who is black. So in this game, okay, let me just paste that on the Lichess link. In this game, FM Abdulrahman is white and Callistus is black. Let me put that there. Abdulrahman as white, FM Abdulrahman as white. FM Callistus as black. Okay, I think all the information you need is in the YouTube chat, and then we can just take the game from the very beginning and try to see, try to understand as best as we can what they were thinking and what the current position is about. So yeah, the game started with 1d4. 1d4. So, all right. That's interesting. Abdulrahman normally is known as an e4 player. He plays e4 a lot, but sometimes he dabbles into d4 and f3 and all that, all those sort of things. So d4 can't be too much of a surprise for Callistus. I think they've played this opening, I believe, at the West African Zonals. I think the game started something like this. All right. So, for as long as I've known Callistus, he has always been some sort of Indian player. When I mean Indian player, he plays G6, NF6 and G6 a lot against D4 openings. So this is how he has always played NF6, G6. Sometimes he plays it with C5. Sometimes he plays it with D5, like G6 and then D5, and sometimes he even plays it with E5, you know, and so he has a lot of, and sometimes it's going G6, B6. He has it, but one thing that is usual is that he plays G6 a lot when is black against D4 openings. All right, so this can't be too much of a surprise. Knight f3. Okay, white is being very flexible, trying to see what is going to happen. So g6. All right. Knight bd2. This, I think, is the start of some sort of core system setup. This is a very popular setup. In fact, it's a favorite of FM Oyeleye Olawale. He plays this opening as popularly known as Papa, of course. He plays this opening as white a lot. He wants to play e4 and gain the center. So I think this is known as the co-opening.
Sorry, I just jumped in and I just heard him saying FM Ajibola
Oh my goodness! I am.
He's going to find you. You start another bro.
I am Olawale Ajibola Papa. Sorry. Because there are so many FMs in this tournament, in this duel, I just went with the FM. Sorry, I am. Yes, this is his favorite setup. In fact, probably if he was one on this seat, he would probably give you like a 2-hour lecture on this opening, how to set up your pieces and what to aim for in this position. So yeah, I am. Yes, this is it. So yeah, let's see. So of course the aim is to play e4. The principled way for black to respond is to play d4 and prevent this setup.
Okay. So sorry.
To prevent you from completely taking over the center with e4. So d5, b3. I believe, if I remember correctly, Papa's favorite way of playing this, Papa, who I'm referring as I am Ajibola Olawale, his way of playing this is to play something about e3 and b4, trying to clamp down on the c5 brick that black will most likely try to play, and it becomes some sort of reversed Catalan. So this is Papa's setup. So b3 is also very usual. It's a way to play it. Bishop g7, just developing moves. Bishop b2. All right. So making sure that maybe c5 and e5 are not on the cards just yet. Castles and e3. Alright, so everything has been normal so far. Now knight e4. So this is the first move that maybe is not usual. Knight e4. For a moment, it seemed like white was sort of... The reason he developed his queenside pieces first with b3 and bishop b2 was, to take this sting out of c5 or e5 ideas. Now you have already developed your queen side, and your bishop is always ready to enter into the game. So knight e4. Knight e4. All right. I think it's another way of playing. I'm not used to this, but okay. Let's see. So there are a lot of reactions. There is probably bishop d3. There might be c4, it's possible, but FM Abdulrahman chose the move knight captures e4, and then knight d2. Okay, and then this gives Callistus the opportunity to strike in the center with the move e5, and after e5, queen e7. So we have the current position. It's interesting. Sorry about that. It's interesting to see how the game will proceed from here. So most likely there will be a quick rook d8. There will be a knight c6, a rook d8, and I don't think black wants to exchange his dark square bishops. So my feeling is that he's going to play knight c6 and capture on e5 and he's going to capture on e5 with a knight. For now, black is going to be okay. So it's going to try to make use of his activity and try to he's not really worried about getting the pawns back. The pawns will probably fall at some point in time, so he's just probably going to try to use his activity. Knight bd7, knight c6 captures on e5, and try to quickly bring his pieces into the game. So it's not really clear. Okay. So we have to look at maybe direct ways to try to keep the pawn. Knight c4. Is that a move? Actually, I don't think you should try to keep the pawn in this position. If I had this position, I'd probably be trying to look for a way to develop my pieces and castle my king. I think that's the way I would approach the position. All right. So let's see. Okay, Oyepito Joshua and Akintoye. All right. If you have any questions in chat, please feel free to say something, ask questions. Okay, so for now the game is FM Abdulrahman is trying to figure out the best setup for his pieces. So there is nothing really much to talk about. Once again, FM Abdulrahman is white and Callistus is black in this. FM Callistus is black in this position. So I'm not really sure there's much to say for now. Maybe knight c6 is something he's going to consider. Okay, let's see. Let's move some pieces around and let's see. Is Papa Rahman's second? Well, if we get to interview any of the players, maybe if we get to interview Abdulrahman after this round or during one of the rounds that will be played, I would ask him the question of who is his second in this event. I can tell you though that it is not me. That I can tell you. Okay, so there are some interesting ideas. Knight c4, maybe even bishop a3. Maybe. It's not clear. Knight c4, bishop a3. Of course, that can easily be stopped with c5, so that's not a problem. I'm just looking at ways to... So the most flexible move is bishop e2, because it feels like you know... Yes. It feels like you know where the bishop belongs. It belongs on e2. So this is one of the things that you're looking at. So let's look at the variation. Like I said, I don't think black wants to exchange his dark square bishop. It's a very important bishop. So I don't think he wants to exchange it, but let's see the variation and see how it goes. Let's try to see some moves. Bishop times, queen times, castles, rook d8, queen c1. Okay, so Joshua is asking, why not take the pawn on e4? So yeah, I considered this. Let's go back to the position. I considered this, but the problem is that if you notice what happened in the game played yesterday between where FM Abdulrahman was black, his pieces were not developed at all. His pieces were on the back rank throughout the game, and he lost he lost the game because his pieces were not developed. And I felt that would, make him reconsider. Grabbing pawns in the opening. He would probably want to try to develop his pieces as fast as possible. But yes, we have to investigate what happens after a move like knight e4, because you are obviously threatening the knight. You have captured 2 pawns, and you're obviously threatening knight f6. So it's definitely something that has to be considered. And maybe even, it might even be the critical move or the best move. So it has to be considered. Knight e4. I was just reluctant to do it because of, okay, so let's look at some variations. Knight e4. What happens after, for example, knight bd7? Okay, so let's say knight bd7. What should white do? Knight bd7. You are threatening knight f6, knight e5, followed by maybe knight f3, getting this bishop. So you have to calculate a bit. Knight f6 takes 6. Okay, let's see. What if we just liquidate and just keep the extra pawn? Knight times, pawn times, bishop captures, queen captures, and this is where it gets a bit tricky. Because bishop d3, for example, is going to be met by queen c3 check. So maybe you don't want that. Okay, let's go back a bit. So it's possible. Okay, there is also, I'm reluctant to say this, there is also the move f4. f4, trying to just keep the pawn. And, you know, just say, okay, I have 2 extra pawns. I'm going to keep both pawns. And, you know, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So this is an idea. This is also an idea. Maybe it's even possible. But it looks so loose. It looks so loose. However, I can't see any way for black to punish white. Let's try to see some ideas. For example, f6. f6, there is queen to d5. Check, king here. Pawn captures, knight captures, bishop captures. Yeah, this might be possible. This might be possible. Also, wait, instead of queen d5, sorry, there was bishop c4 check. And after bishop c4 check, now maybe it's even a better version of what you're doing. Knight captures, wow, this is very tricky. Okay, so some moves have come up. Knight captures e4 indeed was played. It's the critical move. It's a critical move. Knight captures e4, because if you just, I was looking at it that if you just actually play bishop e2 and castles, it seems like white doesn't gain anything. So knight captures e4. Yes. Bishop c4, but okay, knight captures e4. What do you do after knight captures e4? So there's rook d8. There's rook d8. The first move, trying to put pressure on. Okay, so someone is asking who is white. I'm going to put it again into the chat. White is FM Abdulrahman. And black is FM Callistus. All right, so that's it again in the chat. Please note why it is FM Abdulrahman. I know the confusion is because on the lead chess link it's saying Abdulrahman for both players, but white is FM Abdulrahman and black is FM Callistus. So there are two moves probably we should consider here that are serious: f6 and maybe knight somewhere. I don't know if it's d6 or or d7. These are the two key moves. Of course, we should not forget bishop captures on e5. So okay, let's take a look at it and try to be concrete. So rook d8, bishop d3 just, and it seems like black is fine. It seems white is fine. Here is a pawn up and it's fine. Okay, someone says queen b4. Should explore that. Queen b4. There's knight bd2. Rook d8. There's bishop d3. There's bishop d3. And I'm not seeing how we continue here. Maybe knight c6. Knight c6, okay. Knight c6. There is f4, but I'm always afraid of. Okay, I mean this is analysis, so I shouldn't be afraid to play a move like f4. All right, I'm being joined by a very special guest who helped so much in the analysis yesterday. All themes of Africa, the great man, the man behind the scenes, behind the scenes of many great photographs. So let me, scoot and let him join into the analysis. So yeah, we have a position here. Oh, they've already made a move. Bishop captures on e5, and queen. Okay, shout out to the guys on the stream. I can see Oyekito has been consistent with us since day one. Oyekito Joshua, Daniel Williams, Faith Chess Academy, and some other guys who are not chatting but are watching. Shout out to them. Yeah, so
Josh, hello.
So yeah, we have this position. We're looking at some options, some moves back just before, after knight captures on e4, which seemed important because you have to take the pawn, I think.
Definitely.
So someone was suggesting queen b4, which looked interesting. Rook d8 also looked interesting, but
queen b4 is actually very, very interesting.
Yeah,
because
but the knight has to go to d2 or c3.
Yeah.
Most likely d2.
Then, with knight on d2, then you have the rook to d8, which...
Yeah, it was
and then, c3 will probably hold sway.
Yeah, apart from that, there is also bishop d3.
Yeah,
actually. But we all thought, at least it should, the moves should be considered. But Callistus just decided that.
Well, he's leading, so he'll definitely probably just want to simplify as best as possible.
Yeah, but the problem is that is a pawn down. So I was thinking, in this position is 2 pawns down. So I was thinking he would try to find ways to
counterplay.
Yes, some kind of activity. Just continue sacrificing the pawns and hoping for some activity.
Yeah.
But he just quickly gains the pawn and yeah, this is, I think, if I'm correct, this is the current position.
Yeah. So there are times when you need to fight. There are times when you just keep the hold.
Does he want to just grovel and hope for a draw? Okay, so there is
bishop f5 is one possibility, but with bishop f5, there's definitely f4. There's f4, which pushes the queen further back, and then there's also the possibility of knight c5, depending on where the queen moves to.
Yeah, but okay, let's see. Bishop f5. I don't think f4. f4 weakens you a bit.
The king side, yes.
Yeah, because you can just play queen e7.
So with queen e7, there is also queen f3.
Queen f3, but then you can continue to put pressure with rook e8.
Yeah, and then
because I feel you are weakening this e3 pawn.
yeah,
so much.
true.
So if maybe
Yeah,
okay, bishop f5 has been played. I'm surprised. I understand that these are good moves, but I'm surprised that Callistus is not hesitating. It's not
Well,
it's,
at this point, knight g3 is an option.
yeah. So, but the problem with knight g3 is
There's now the queen check
queen check, which is a bit of an awkward check.
position. Yeah.
Because of course you can't block with the queen
Definitely not.
because of
It
the
has to be
hanging
king.
rook.
It has to be king e2.
So it seems like you have to play a move like king e2.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then rook d8.
Well, that's where it gets a bit tricky.
Okay, because
There's
of
bishop-
the capture.
There's bishop g4 trying to weaken before going back. So for example, bishop g4 check, he plays f3, and then you try to say, okay, it's not really clear, but it's a
No.
bit.
I don't like this because now you can't go back to f4. It's either you capture on f4 or you just
Is
So-
that like, what do you mean?
No, like what I'm saying is bishop was on f5.
Okay.
So with this check, you're helping the white pawns to advance even further.
Yes, but the problem I was saying was if you check,
Queen takes.
yes, queen takes, which gives your opponent a tempo to just
Yeah.
bring his pieces into the game and
Yeah.
just
Well,
so.
yeah, that's another thing.
Okay, so knight g3. Maybe it's not clear. Is the check really important? Okay, the check. You should check the king.
Well,
Should check the king.
So the question now will be how best to continue. Well, I think the check might be nice considering the bishop going back to e6 and then you have the rook moving to d8 as well as the c5 pawn push, which
So you want to bring the bishop to e6 here?
I'm saying that after the check, bishop check on g4,
After the bishop check on g4.
pawn push, and then bishop e6 with the idea of rook d8 or knight develops. There are just c5 is also an option. There are a good
Okay,
number of
trying
ideas.
to you say yes, you are a pawn down, but before white can fully coordinate his pieces, for example, putting his king to a safer square, bringing his rook here, or maybe first playing queen d2, rook e1, rook d1. The time it would take for black to white to fully coordinate would be enough compensation for the pawn.
Well, that's a possibility, but at the same time, at this point, there's also knight e4, which moves the queen away from, well, where it is currently.
Okay, let's go back a bit. Let's go back to the live position. Let's see some options. So knight g3 has been played.
Expected.
Knight g3 has been played, and it's important for Callistus to find a way. It's important for Callistus to find a way to
A
for
possibility.
compensation for
A
the pawn.
possibility here is also bishop captures immediately.
Okay, bishop captures immediately. Yes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes, might be possible.
Now, rook can go on to, or knight steps up. Queen check is also a possibility. Queen c3 check is a
Oh
possibility.
yeah, but queen c3 check. The problem is just king e2.
Yeah, now the knight can step up
but then the queen just comes and it seems
Yeah, and at this point,
once you play rook fc1, it seems like white has
solved all problems.
and is a pawn up.
Yeah, that's.
So there has to be. I feel like this is a critical moment where
It is.
where Callistus has to find the best way for counterplay. He has to try to find the best way. Okay, so some suggestions.
Yeah, well, Peter Joshua is saying, I think white just gets to swallow this pawn for nothing.
Yeah, it's looking like that, but just because white has not castled yet, maybe black can find a way to rustle up some counterplay and create some problems for white.
Because now that bishop on f5 is looking like it has to move or it has to capture.
However, there's also the move bishop g4. Yeah.
Oh, with the idea of queen can't capture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So here there is no f3.
Yeah.
There is no pawn f3. So bishop g4 is probably a move I'm seeing now, because of course queen captures would lead to queen captures on a1.
Exactly.
Sorry, just give us a second.
With the idea of queen can't capture. Yeah, that's.
So here there is no f3. There is no pawn. All right, so queen captures on g4 would lead to queen captures on a1, and f3
is not possible,
which we were talking
of
about, will
queen
lead to queen
captures
captures on e3. So
no, but there's knight back, knight to e2.
yeah, so there's knight e2 and there's maybe also bishop e2.
No, bishop e2. Okay, bishop e2 is interesting, but bishop e2 leads to queen c3 check, which you would definitely not like.
Yes, so here it seems knight e2 might be
the only
the move. Okay, it seems like a move is here already. Okay, knight g3. Okay, there's no move here. All right, so it's knight g3, and the move we are currently liking is bishop g4, and maybe that will. So once again, we are trying not to use a chess engine here and just trying to follow the players' thoughts in the games, and hoping to do some justice to that. So bishop g4 currently.
Bishop g4, knight e2.
Knight e2, yeah?
Yeah, knight e2, rook d8.
All right, rook d8. But rook d8, the guy just castles.
The guy just castles, then bishop back to f5.
Okay, and the guy just continues to play like knight f4.
Well, with knight f4.
Okay, so let me just put the moves on the board. Rook d8, castles. You said bishop back.
Bishop f5, that's a possibility.
But just knight f4.
Well,
so for me, the reason is, so for me, I would be trying to, after bishop g4, for example, let's go back, and let's say knight e2 is maybe semi-forced, I'll be trying to look for a way to get all my pieces into the game.
what about
Maybe
c5,
c4,
yeah,
knight c6, knight c6, rook d8, and
yeah, those are
and so those are the possibilities, because I want to try to get all my pieces into the game.
active as much as possible. Definitely.
So from the black side, because we are trying very hard to look for compensation
for black.
For the
Yeah, maybe c5 would be good at this position. c5 castles, knight c6.
Okay, another question is, what happens after bishop captures on e2?
Well, bishop will have to capture back.
What about the king? So there's bishop captures.
That means you want the king to remain in the center.
The king can remain in the center. For example, you can then decide to use the rook on the h file. So just later bring the king to f1, play h4, h5, and the king doesn't look unsafe.
Well,
on
with
h5.
With this position, I think knight to c6 would be the go-to idea.
Okay, knight c6. Let's see. Opponent plays. Yeah, it looks a bit strange, but okay. Let's just see opponent plays.
Now rook a to d8.
Rook a to
rook a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Rook a to d8.
Yeah.
Okay, so this h4 h5 idea seems not to be coming fast enough, but okay.
And then.
Yeah, I think knight b4 is good.
Knight b4.
Yeah, I think knight b4 is good. Okay, so maybe that's too much of a fantasy. So after bishop captures on e2, what really is? What are you going to capture with?
Sorry, if you use your king to capture.
King.
Yes.
Okay, king to capture.
And now the
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
What happens to queen d2?
Queen d2.
Yes, this is a possibility, but okay, the pieces just continues.
Rook a d8.
Yeah.
Yes, so you cannot bring a second, you can slide a second rook over.
Which rook?
The rook on h can slide over.
No, but the rook on h can't slide over. That's the point. The queen
Because
is very
queen
powerful
will-
on
queen
the,
can
in the
capture.
center.
Yeah.
That's true.
The queen is very powerful in the center. So if we go back, yeah. So after bishop captures, what were you suggesting after bishop captures? You said
Queen captures.
no, queen can't capture.
Oh yeah, bishop has to capture.
Bishop has to capture.
Now there's queen check.
Yeah, there's queen check.
And the king on the slide away.
King slides away. Then knight
Then
comes
knight
to
comes in.
c6. And okay, this is looking like compensation. Yes, white is a pawn up, but
the attack is.
yeah, the
looking-
initiative is there.
Yeah.
So rook to d8. Yeah, so okay, currently bishop g4 is I'm really liking bishop g4. I consider it to be the move. Consider it to be the move. So the question is, how would white respond?
Well, there is also the possibility of the queen just moving to c1.
Well, there is that. There is also this funny idea. Sometimes when you are, the initiative is much, you can just give up the pawn, play f3. After queen captures, you play queen e2. After queen captures on e2, you play king captures on e2. And then when the bishop goes back, yes, the pawns are now, you have given up your extra pawn, but now all your pieces are just coming into the game.
Yeah,
and you are not.
But I would say rather than bishop remaining on, after the king captures, rather than the bishop remaining on e6, I would rather go to d7.
Okay, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like you have white is no longer in danger.
Yeah,
it just
as
comes.
much.
Yeah, I don't even think it's in any danger. You just come here, bring your king here, and white is super fine. Knight comes to e4, and So f3 is a possibility, just giving up the pawn. If you feel like, oh my goodness, this initiative, this initiative is too much, just play f3, and you are fine.
Yeah.
So that's a way to go about it.
If you want to.
Yeah, if you are really afraid of the initiative.
But then queen to c.
Okay, so we are on the live position. Bishop f3 has been played, and bishop g4 has been played. So now so the super safe option that we are looking at is the super safe option. If you are a chicken and you are saying no, I don't want all this trouble with calculating. I will just play f3. Give your opponent back the extra pawn that you won, and you simplify the game.
Yeah.
So, for example, even if the bishop goes back, let's say, you can even still say, I'm not interested in keeping your pawn, I'm just going to castle. Yeah. but yeah. So f3 is a super safe option.
Yeah, because even though queen c1 is an option, there's still queen c3. Check.
Yes.
And
so this is so is okay. So quickly played was the move knight e2.
Okay.
All right. So it says, I'm going to keep the pawn. I'm going to keep this pawn. All right. That's a very bold choice. That's a very bold. So I think we're looking at bishop
captures. Yeah.
Bishop captures. It looks very strange, but it looks like, oh, normally we should keep the pin. But the question is, what exactly is white is going to capture with? Queen is not an option.
Not an option. So it's either the king or the bishop.
Either the king or the bishop. So I believe king, we said there is enough compensation. Black just plays knight to c6.
Yeah.
The rook comes to d8.
Yeah.
Maybe the other rook comes to e8. Or if you want to, you can play rook to d6 and double up. And then with the addition of the knight, b4, I think there should be enough compensation for black.
Yeah.
So that's one option. The other option is to capture with the bishop. Yeah. And then here, I think we were looking at the check.
Yeah, the check. Definitely.
Queen checks here.
King has to move.
And then just knight c6, I believe, is fine. And then the rook is coming to d8. And I believe here too, black also has decent compensation. Yeah. So, okay, so far it looks as if no matter how it goes, there's going to be decent compensation. But the difficulty, I think, might be looking at the move bishop captures on e2.
Yeah, without looking at rook d8.
Yeah, because at first it looked to us like, oh, bishop captures on e2. No, you can't give up your active bishop. For the knight that you are pinning. But it seemed like the awkwardness of what would capture.
Because if you don't capture immediately, then there's also f3, which just shuts you out.
Yeah. If you don't capture, in fact, after rook d8, I'll just castle. Just castle. And now, no matter what happens,
exactly.
Let's say, and you just castle. So now, no matter what happens, this is not a problem. You just capture with the queen. You are fine. The rooks are now connected. So always remember to castle early, guys. So let's see. Back to live position. So okay, we've looked at bishop captures on e2. We like it. Yeah. But let's see if there are other options that are interesting. Are there other options? Knight c6 just developing. What happens?
Knight c6, it just castles.
Okay, it castles. What if I say, all right, there's a pin, you're awkward, I'm going to play rook d8. I'm not interested in gaining any immediate, anything immediate. I just want to put pressure.
Well, there's also queen e1 at this point.
Okay, queen e1, breaking the pin.
Yeah.
Okay, what if I say, what are you doing? I'm going to play. Ooh, okay.
Controlling
this okay.
Exactly.
Let's see.
Because now the knight can flip.
Yes.
If it is not captured.
Yeah. Okay. So what can I do? Okay, but why this rook?
Well, mainly because the f rook is always sweeter on e8.
Yes, but there's nothing happening on the e file. So let me use this rook.
Okay.
Still with the same idea, yes, queen e1.
Okay.
But this time I'm hoping to play a5, a4, and gain some play on the queen side.
a5, white can equally respond with a4.
Okay, but this is my trick. I wanted to play knight b4.
Which makes sense. And then, well, at this point, knight can flip to. So there is a possibility of h3 at this point.
h3.
Yeah.
h3. Okay.
But then knight captures on d3 still continues the attack.
Okay, there's also bishop here. What happens after bishop e6? Because I'm threatening something.
After
I think it's not.
bishop e6, knight can move to f4.
Knight moves to f4.
Yeah.
So what was my trick again? Did I have a trick? I thought I had something.
Yeah, you still do. Bishop captures on b3.
Yeah, but okay, yes.
Bishop captures on
yes,
b3.
I was wondering that was the reason. Because what I wanted to do was knight here, and then, but
exactly.
The knight captures. So, okay, yeah, bishop captures on b3.
Yeah.
I knew. Okay, so
That
bishop
trick
captures
is
on
still
b3.
there.
Yeah, okay, so
I guess with this, yeah.
yeah,
makes
because
sense.
already it's looking like there's enough activity.
Yeah.
So it's also possible for, apart from making the king awkward, maybe it's also possible
So
for white
maybe-
black to
yeah,
attack
maybe-
on the queen side.
Yeah, maybe after a4, we can go with an immediate h3.
Okay, the immediate h3.
Yeah.
Ah yes, someone is saying Rotimi is slow to see tactics. Yes. That actually is well known. That's my greatest weakness. It's possible for me to see all these strategic ideas, but once you say tactics, it takes me like 2 years to see something that people have seen in 2 minutes. So yeah, okay. So bishop g4.
Yeah.
Bishop g4. Well, let's go back and see if maybe their current position, anything has happened. Okay, so they are
They're
still thinking. They are still thinking. So we're looking at this. We're looking at this h3 idea. Let me see.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, for those who are just joining, our idea right now is bishop e2, bishop captures, and of course, if the bishop captures, then you play queen c3 check. And then you can now quickly say you have compensation because the rook comes into the game, and the king and this rook, they are not connected. The rook and the rook are not connected.
And then the queen cannot just leave the background because of the A.
Yes. So I feel like Abdulrahman will probably reject this immediately because he probably would not want his pieces to be awkward. So most likely, if he were to choose, he would choose this. But we were looking at what were we looking at here?
Yeah, at this point, knight develops.
Okay, just knight
c6.
Just knight c6, and then the rook comes to d8.
To d8.
One of the rooks comes to d8, and then there is some pressure on the white position. So this is the move we are looking at, which we think is good for black. Well, not. When I say good, it gives compensation for the pawn.
A form of compensation.
Yeah, for the pawn.
Yeah.
But what we are now looking at, we are looking at alternatives that might be interesting. So just a direct knight to c6, castles, rook on e to d8, interestingly, queen e1, breaking the pin, and a5, just trying to say, all right, I have agreed, you have castled, you are a happy man, but now what about your queen side? You know, what's happening on your queen side? My knight is coming, my pawn is coming to break, my queen might even come in here. And then black is trying to look for compensation on the queen side. So this, so we were talking about h3.
h3.
Yes, so h3, what to do after h3? Okay, so h3. What about, why about just bishop f5? Is that a move?
Yeah, that's a move.
There's bishop f5, but there's also saying, okay, what's happening? Why is this bishop here? We will just make it a bit awkward for now and just put the bishop on e6, although the knight is coming out. That's what the problem is.
Well, that should not be a problem. But
Or queen?
before...
Which one is better?
Before that, maybe we would want to stop that knight from jumping. So a3 might be interesting.
But you were the one who pointed out the move bishop captures on b3. Bishop captures on b3.
Now, the difference between this and the other move is that with bishop capturing on b3 now, you have the possibility of bishop capturing on h6. On G6. Yeah.
Aha. So this is why he is the puzzle champion. Let's see. All right, bishop G6.
Because now the knight is no longer on.
Yeah, I am reluctant to suggest a move like bishop here. Although you get your pawn back, but the king is so open. Yeah. So, for example, bishop here, and if And if the bishop comes here, bishop captures, pawn captures,
rook captures.
Right, you get your pawn back, but this king is just too...
Exactly, open.
Yeah, it's open, although black's pieces are...
Knight can flip now.
Yeah, knight can go to c4, but black pieces are... They are relatively active. Rook here.
Then queen to d1.
Queen to d1, there's just pawn to a4.
Now that's the trick. Queen to g4.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that it's just a check. It's just one check and nothing else.
Well, at this point, there's the knight flip. That's a possibility. With rook there, queen to f3.
Queen to f3. Okay, but should I be worried?
Well, you shouldn't.
Should I be worried? I mean, there is queen here with the idea of knight here. So, for example, queen here. Yeah, very tricky.
Yeah.
Very tricky. Okay, let's okay, so Callistus decided he's not going to take on e2, which was an option we're looking at, but he played the other move we looked at, which we thought was interesting, which is knight to c6. So here we believe Abdulrahman will probably take the opportunity to just castle his king immediately.
Yeah, that would be the go-to move right now.
However, he's thinking a bit.
So he might probably be thinking about h3.
But h3 is not
It's
good.
not good for now.
because
immediate,
e2.
Yeah.
And you get you get the same position, but
exactly.
Black has included the move. So I believe he's going to castle.
Castle is just the right way to go right now.
I believe he's going to castle. Yes, he probably has to castle. And now we're looking at rook e d8.
Rook f d8.
Rook f, sorry, d8.
Yeah.
Because we want to keep this rook for
the
queenside play
attack
that we want to have.
Yeah.
So that's why we want this rook to come to d8. But he plays rook a d8.
Yeah, which is also still a possibility because there's nothing really stopping a4. I mean a5 right now.
Yes.
So that's still a possibility.
Yeah, it's actually one of the biggest problems in chess. I mean, to know which rook belongs where. Is the rook going to d8 or is it the rook going to e to d8?
Yeah, usually after castling, it's the rook on a to d8 and the rook on f to e8. That's usually the go-to idea, but.
So here, I'll just state that normally, of course, like Otims of Africa has just said, the rook, comes to d8. This other rook comes, but it turns out that it's not really clear what this rook is doing on the e file,
but
because there's nothing to attack on the e file.
It can remain on the f file with the idea of f5.
No, but I cannot believe in f5.
Because
f5 is
the g pawn has already been pushed.
It's too weak for f5 to be played.
I agree.
So I would have thought rook on f. But okay, this rook on a to d8 I think is also good. Like you said, a5, a4, there's nothing stopping us. So it looks good.
Man from Spain says Callistus loves to pin.
Does, yeah? Okay, so your same idea, trying to break the pin, stopping the move, queen d4, and also maybe preparing to play queen to c3, exchanging queens.
That's a possibility, but at this point, a5 is still a possibility here. A5 is still a possibility.
Also possible is just maybe bishop.
Bishop captures. With bishop capture, queen captures. Bishop captures, queen captures, knight comes to immediately.
Yeah, but does this work? Then the rook just comes to d1, yeah?
Now the queen goes to
Yeah, but you can exchange queens, can't you?
Yeah, you can immediately.
But it doesn't work. Queen captures, rook captures, and I think knight.
Knight takes pawn. Yeah.
Because after bishop c2.
No, rook takes.
Yeah, but if rook takes.
Yeah, rook takes. Then rook takes
then
that
the
pawn
rook
also.
takes this pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue the line. Rook here.
Well,
maybe
it has
h4,
to, yeah,
g4.
G3 should be fine.
Yeah, g3 is fine, but I want to also
yeah,
clamp
lock.
down. Yeah, possibly here.
With this.
Okay, so check.
Why would I want to check immediately like that?
Well, you are trying to just simplify the position.
Because.
Okay, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work because it seems like white just plays move a4.
Yeah.
And there's no how to protect this pawn. So, okay. All right, so Otables has been taken away for like a second. He will join us shortly. He will join us back shortly. So let's see what's happening in the live position. So Queen D2. Yeah, so man from Spain, who I believe is the famous speedster, Manny, the fastest player. Well, arguably the fastest player in the country, is saying that he feels A's position hasn't gone according to plan. Yeah, but so the thing is, he is a pawn up, and he's just trying to find a way to, exchange pieces. He wants to play queen c3, exchange the queens, and if he exchanges the queens and nothing bad happens, then his position is fantastic. So the question is, would he find a way to exchange queens and take out all of black's activity? Because all of black's pieces are looking very active. All of black's pieces are looking very active. So the question is, if he can manage to exchange all the pieces and then he will just be a pawn up and just win the pawn. It is said that this is how Dabi likes to play chess. He will win a pawn, or maybe Dabi, Papa, and all the old guys. They will win a pawn, and then once they win the pawn and the activity is gone, that's the end of the game. So, Abita Oyewale, sorry.
Actually,
sorry.
I understand. He's in the realm of the position is a little bit complicated. So right now he might not even remember his own name.
Chief Wells.
I understand.
He wants to show us some things, and let me give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I believe you guys are enjoying the show at the moment, but very fast as possible. Please let's not forget that the zone 4.2 will be coming really by March 31st to April 9th, 2025. This year. Start preparing. If you know you are strong enough to play, please contact NCF secretary through Mr. Ogushoku Babatunde, this is the media officer for Nigerian Chess Federation. So you will be able to know if you are eligible to play or not, because it is not it's not open to everybody. Good. So zone 4.4. Group 4.2. This is where all the best players in West Africa are coming to play chess, and the winner is actually going to be playing at the Super Zonals, where the eligibility to become an outright international master will be there. And I'm not going to be scaring you guys, but you must understand that when we talk about zone 4.1 to zone 4.5, and we're talking of the best players, we're talking of Ibasim should be there, provided he wins his zone. If he's not playing his zonals, then guaranteed maybe some of the grandmasters over there will be coming to play in the event. Tunisia, I think zone 4.1, Tunisia is part of zone 4.1, so there shouldn't be an issue with that. Zone 4.2, zone 4.3, zone 4.4, and zone 4.5. It's going to be a tough heavy match. It won't be just the random opens that you play anyhow, any day. So it's just for the creme de la creme. And next on board, let's not forget that the biggest and the most consistent chess tournament in Nigeria is coming up. National Friends of Chess 2025 is going to be starting on April 16. Guess what? By April 16, we are playing the Blitz. And the Blitz, imagine you playing 13 rounds of marathon blitz, 4 minutes plus 30 seconds at a time. This is going to be so explosive. Oh God, I just can't wait. Especially the blitz. All the berserkers, you guys that know how to berserk online, please come and show your workings OTB. Let's see if you can berserk for 4 plus 3, even against the master of squares play. You know, if you think you can berserk, just come and do it. It will be I believe international master Oyeleye Olawale, who is the defending champion. Yes. I think International Oyeleye is the defending champion as of last year, I believe. Will be there. He doesn't miss it. If Oyeleye doesn't play the tournament in Nigeria, it doesn't mean National Friends of Chess. The only way I am Oyeleye can miss National Friends is you guys can just package something and send him out of the country at that point in time, so that the man has been cruising chess for the past 35 years and he's still winning. That's very fantastic. Also, we'll be having the classical event starting from the 17th to the 21st, I believe. 9 rounds classical tournament, 90 minutes per 30 seconds at a time, 2 rounds per day. And this is a tournament whereby everybody gets to win something. I can guarantee you, you will win a prize. One way or the other, you will win something. Except you score 0. Yes, except you score 0. 100% except you score 0. So if you score 0, so sorry. If you can try as much as well and just win a game, even from round 2 to round 8, if you just win one game, you get something. You get some. There's a loot that's available for every win. So, and like I said, it is one of the strong. It is, in fact, it is the strongest. Apart from NCC, NCC Opens, it is the strongest Opens tournament we'll have this year again in Nigeria. That will be that. As regards the tournaments coming up, and we can quickly go back to the tournament between Fide Master Callistus versus Fide Master Abdulrahman Abdulraheem. This time around, Abdulrahman is white and Callistus is black, and you can see the Yoruba saying Irunuto Dori Agbakodo. The two of them as Dori Kodo at the moment, and 1 meter on the line. You know, both. That's 2 meters total, and winner packs the whole show. So nobody wants to blunder. See that one pawn, somebody's going to take hold on to it for a very long time. And before I disappear and go back, actually, before the castling, sir, I was actually considering the F3.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Oh, okay. Because so a little bit back to when this happened. No, was it before this? I think it was immediately after. Was it immediately after casting? Yes, this. And I was thinking of. Oh no, not yet. I think it was after the point came here. Then I was actually thinking of this F3, and I'm so glad I'm seeing it on the board at the moment. So that's what I want to say. Actually.
Well, just addressing that. If we go back here, just some moments before, after this. I was telling people that if you are afraid that the initiative is too much, that black is his pieces are looking like as if they will become active. Rook will come to E8, and the other rook will come to rook will come to E8, rook will come to D8, knight will come to C6, and you feel like you are not developed, and you feel okay. I just want to remove all the pressure in the position and simplify. That F3 was a possibility. Because after the move queen captures on E3 check, you play queen E2. And now, because 2 pieces are hanging, it feels like you have to exchange one of them. Mm-hmm. So let's say you play the move queen takes queen, and then after king takes bishop E6, you have removed all the pressure from the position. Although now that I'm talking about it, I see that I missed something completely. After this, black has this move, and in fact, he might be in trouble. You see what I'm saying? Like, black has this resource. Although the line continues, but it's a very strange line.
Yeah.
The line continues. We have to look at castling queenside.
Are you not running into a back rank mate?
No, there is no back rank mate.
But you're losing the pawn.
Oh, you're not losing a pawn. How are you losing a pawn? The line continues.
Oh, the bishop is still there. That's the truth.
Okay,
the bishop
so
is still hanging.
yeah, because if you check, then the rook is now hanging.
Yeah, the queen is now hanging.
Yeah.
The bishop is hanging.
Yeah,
you can't check immediately, so you have to probably.
And if you move back, where do you move to?
That's a problem.
If you move here, for instance, there is actually the possibility of bishop captures on g6, and after check here, maybe you just play king here, and after takes here. In fact, I think maybe white is probably better here. I think rook check
before the capture.
Oh, there's a black rook check. Okay, that rook
yeah,
check.
but the rook bishop just comes
back and
bishop just comes back to d3.
and then there will be massive queen. There will be a massive queen e4 coming, threatening pawn. Queen takes pawn on b7 and also queen h7. Well, that will be.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So that was that was one of the possibilities we looked at earlier. But okay, let's go back to the live position.
Okay. So at this point, after the f3 move, I was actually looking at the possibility of queen takes immediately.
Okay, so there were two options I was looking at.
Okay.
Queen takes.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
And bishop takes f3. Sorry, just give me a moment. Let me arrange the screen so that we can follow the chat and what people are saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So some people are in the chat saying, "Hey, y'all." Okay. Hello. So yeah, I was looking at the possibility of bishop captures on f3 and queen captures on e3. But okay, so let's start with the checks. So queen captures.
Queen captures. Queen captures.
Queen captures.
Rook captures.
Rook captures.
Pawn takes bishop.
Pawn takes bishop.
Rook 8 captures the bishop.
Rook 8 captures bishop, although it seems like this is not enough.
Yeah.
Because the two rooks seem to be stronger than the rook and the knight.
Yeah. As in, that's always.
And it's not, if maybe black had an attacking position, maybe then it works.
Yeah.
But here, it's not. I feel like the best black can get here is a draw. So yes, that was an interesting possibility, but it seemed maybe not to work completely.
But then there's always bishop back to c8.
Yeah, so there's bishop moving f5, I think, which was what was played. There's bishop c8, which is another move. Let's see. So if after f3, then
because with bishop going to c8, the pawn is still hanging, and then there's the queen check. If the pawn is pushed, there's the queen check on c4, c5.
Wait, sorry?
Yeah, like let's say
E4?
go back a bit. Go back a bit.
Okay.
Okay, here. So instead of bishop going to to f5, bishop goes to c8.
Okay, bishop goes to c8.
Yeah. So now if e4 is played,
if e4 is played,
there's the queen c5 check, which the king would move, and then there's the knight b4.
And then knight b4, trying to put pressure.
Exactly.
Okay, let's see. So after f3, bishop c8 directly.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. So e4, queen c5 check. King h1, and then knight b4 or knight e5. Okay,
exactly.
Let's say knight b4. Knight b4. Okay, and you're threatening knight c. Are you threatening knight c2?
Well,
no,
not directly. But then, yes, you are, because after all the exchanges, there's rook in to attack both.
Yeah, but then there's bishop d1.
Aha.
So this is what we are saying. For example, let's say white makes a neutral black.
White.
White makes a neutral move like this. This was a possibility we were looking at.
No. Queen takes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Queen takes, and then if the queen takes, bishop takes, and then rook
in, then bishop back.
But here I think bishop to d1 solves all the problems.
Yeah.
For white, and he will be a piece of.
Yeah. So now the only other opportunity at that point, actually, if we go further forward, is b6, which now, but that is easily solved with rook also protecting. So it's
Okay, so you're looking at the possibility of b6 and bishop a6.
That's after all this. Wait, an immediate b6 is actually quite interesting.
Okay, so if you want, you can try to get the bishop to this diagonal.
Mm.
Okay, let's try to see the live position, because it seems. Let's go back.
Yeah. So
bishop here.
pawn move.
Yeah, but so I'm a bit confused. It seems like if this
No.
it seems like if this bishop moves anywhere on the board, white is going to play pawn to e4.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering why he provoked the move pawn to e4.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you could easily just move to somewhere else that would have some form of advantage or leverage.
Yeah, so I'm a bit confused by that. Okay, but he plays bishop pawn to e4, queen check, of course, because this queen is powerful here, and sends the king to the corner of the board. Then bishop e6. So here maybe there is the possibility of a5, a4 still, and knight b4, and putting pressure on this.
Well,
so here maybe queen c3 is an option.
Yeah, queen c3 is definitely an option.
So we are trying to check if you can just exchange queens.
But who would want to
work.
exchange queen at this point?
Well, if it works.
No, I don't think it should, because rather than exchanging queen, the black queen could easily just move into, say, maybe e3. If we go back a little bit.
Okay, but before we go back, let's check what happens here.
Okay, with this point, there is rook f to e1.
F to e1 or d1?
D1, sorry.
D1.
Yeah.
Okay.
This.
So rook d7.
Rook d7 in an immediate. Okay, I see where you're getting to. So if we play, but okay, makes sense.
Sorry,
Yes.
Before you continue, let me just help you out with one small technical English here, which is this and this and the Alt key. Let me press the Alt key. Yes, let's press it down. Hold it down a little bit. Good. Release it. Then this one. Beautiful. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just needed to bring you the best of the best of the best for you guys.
Lock it.
Let me just lock it. Thank you. It's a fantastic feedback. Should be better.
All right.
Okay.
So that's Chief Wales there helping us with all the technical issues there. Okay, so we are back. We're trying to look at some variations. So we're looking at maybe the possibility of even exchanging queens but putting pressure. So what does white do here?
Well,
what does white do? Because rook d2, I think knight captures on c2.
Knight captures immediately.
Works, yeah,
immediately.
And if the rook captures, then this rook captures on d3. And if we go back, if the bishop captures, then this rook captures. So this is one possibility, because it looks like, okay, let's just double rooks and bring it here, but it doesn't work because of that.
Yeah.
So here it's not clear. What will black do? And white too, sorry.
Well, there is also the possibility of it doesn't work. I was looking at knight b5, ace a3, but it just gives too much.
Also, to point out, a3 also
doesn't work.
Yeah, because of
knight takes immediately.
Yeah, knight captures. If the rook captures, you play rook captures.
But then
Pawn captures, maybe bishop captures.
takes, then
If the rook comes to b1, maybe bishop here, yeah.
Yeah, but then rook takes, bishop takes
here,
and then rook takes on A,
yeah.
to ensure, well,
okay, so you have an outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe this is actually is a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, it looks as if you are gaining your pawn back, but actually it's black. It's white who is better.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe a3 is possible.
Yeah.
a3 is possible. Okay, let's try to see some of the comments. I believe Callistus. Let's go to the live position. I believe Callistus has good compensation for the pawn. Yeah, he has for the past like 6-7 moves. He has had good compensation. But the question is the best way to show it because we were looking at a lot of possibilities where he has maybe some sort of attack for the pawn. But okay, we're even looking at maybe the possibility of exchanging the bishop for the knight and keeping this knight on the board and try to say, okay, you have
an active knight.
Yeah, an active knight against a bishop that is just maybe protecting the pawn. But okay, he went for something different entirely. Yes, we were looking at Chimezie Dismas. I think that's someone I know well. It says the knight looks stronger in the long run. Yeah, bishop captures on e2 was something we were looking at. How many rounds they play per day? They play 2 rounds per day.
Yeah, 2 rounds today, 2 rounds tomorrow, and then 1 round on the final day. That's on Sunday. Okay.
All right. That makes it 6. This game was done. Yeah, we are doing a lot to publicize around. This is the second round. There are 2 rounds today, round 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So I think the second round starts at 3.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, and you can always follow the games live on Lichess and also follow us on this broadcast on YouTube. All right, so let's try to see how what the current position is. Let's go back to the live position. So e4, bishop e6. So there's still compensation for the pawn. As you can see, black's pieces are looking a bit active. Knight has the possibility of jumps, and this queen is very strong on this diagonal.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's we're looking at the possibility of just queen c3, and then the other option you were looking at was queen e3.
Yeah.
Queen e3.
That was
okay. So let's look at what happens after bishop b5.
Bishop b5. Now with bishop b5, there's queen captures.
Queen captures.
Knight captures, rook in.
Okay, rook d8. But there is bishop captures on c3.
Yeah, pawn captures.
Pawn captures. And then there is rook on...
But then the rook will capture on c2.
No, I'm looking at rook to c1.
Okay, so...
Which rook to c1? Okay, let's say this rook. Rook to c1.
Then there's double.
There's a double, and then there's rook there.
Rook there. True.
So that is why I'm reluctant about queen e3. Let's see. So
okay, so let's see that position again.
Okay, let's go back to the live position.
The way it's currently is rook, queen to e3, then bishop to b5, queen times knight times, knight in.
Knight in.
Okay, yeah. Okay. It's pinned.
Okay, yeah. So I actually thought you wanted to sacrifice. I was
no, definitely not.
Because I've been hearing about the fantastic tactical vision of Otis.
No. Okay, but
move has been played. Knight g3.
I would have preferred knight f4 if the knight was going to be moved.
Yeah, but maybe there is this idea I'm looking at that maybe he wants to. Does he want to transfer his queen to h6 or something?
Yeah, but even at that, you'd need something like f4, f5. That might be the idea.
Okay,
f4, f5.
queen h6 maybe.
But queen h6 still has queen f8. So it doesn't really do
Yeah,
much.
you're not really threatening much.
Yeah.
Knight g3. Very interesting.
Mm.
Okay, what if I say to you, I see you, I understand you, and I'm going to double on the d5. Is it possible to double? Or now the queen h6 doesn't allow us to go back.
Exactly.
Okay, what if I double on d7?
d7? Well, even with this, there's still f4, f5.
Okay, f4.
Yeah. There's still f4, f5.
Okay, all right. Let's say rook d7 doesn't work. So it means that maybe we need something more energetic.
Yeah.
So let's look at knight e5.
Knight e5.
Because I'm looking at the possibility of going knight d3 or going knight g4.
Yeah. The challenge with going
After f4, that means.
yeah. Now, with f4, knight g4 will be met immediately with h3. Question is, where does it go?
Well, the queen can. Okay, so let's see f4.
f4.
So we have knight d3.
Yeah.
We also have knight g4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's try knight
g4, h3.
h3.
Yeah.
And then there's knight e3.
Yeah, with knight e3, there's rook f3.
There's also queen e3.
Well, yeah. So now with queen e3, queen e3 is solid.
Yeah, but we are still a pawn down, so
Yeah, queen e3. Yeah, queen e3 is solid because it forces the queen exchange. It's forceful, because if you say you're going for nothing else works with that. Queen e3 forces the
there's also
exchange.
knight f6.
Knight f6 does not work enough because of f5.
Okay, let's see knight f6, f5,
f5,
and then bishop c8.
bishop c8, pawn times g6.
Pawn times g6.
Exactly.
That is in trouble.
Yeah.
So knight d3.
Yeah, knight d3, pawn takes.
Is it possible to double?
Yeah, it's possible, but I would rather go for queen d4.
Yeah, but what if your opponent just double?
Yeah, there's no problem with the opening.
Okay, queen d4.
Queen d4. The question is, what do you do after queen d4? Because if the rook comes to d1, then there is bishop g4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe f4 is not possible because of that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I like this new idea of but there is still knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2.
But I think this is enough compensation. If you just even decide to take, I believe the pressure that you have here should be enough to. Okay, so something like maybe rook e6.
Okay.
And maybe there is no attack. Like there's no attack. You can just play. Just trying to see if it's better to blockade the rook. Okay, instead of rook e6, why not rook d6? So that I don't even have to.
Worry about that so much.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, wait, sorry, let's go back to the live position. Knight g3, and we are looking at the possibility of knight e5.
Yeah.
So we feel f4, there is knight times d3.
Yeah.
Yes. Rook d4 too is a move. Okay, f4 we don't really think is good. Okay, so let's look at rook. But we are not putting immediate pressure.
Yeah. It has to be.
Okay, but rook d2 because of knight e2.
Yeah, the knight just.
So, Mr. Okemute is saying rook d4. But what happens after the move?
Knight e2.
Knight to
because
e2.
with knight to e2, there is now a powerful d4.
Yeah. And if the rook is chased away, there is
d4.
Although that's not the end of the story, there's still.
Then there is d5. Because, but before d5, before d5, there is also rook to c1. Okay, yeah, there's rook to c1. There's rook to c1, then after the queen moves,
b6.
then d5. Bishop steps in, then there's also there's knight to c3.
I think that is the move. That is the move. Okay, let's go back. So I guess after knight e5, king g7.
Whoa. That's
g7. Okay, so we're talking about the possibility of queen h6.
Yeah.
And how maybe black is having some ideas of playing f4, f5. But we always thought after queen h6 there is you are not so afraid because you have the move
queen f8.
Queen to f8, yeah.
Yeah.
So we thought, okay, you are not afraid of queen h6, but king g7.
Wow.
Saying that, okay, there is no problem. I have enough time. I have enough time. But I'm shocked.
I think at this point.
What about this
f4? Exactly.
Yeah, but
f4.
Because it seems like it even maybe runs into
it just
some
makes
knight
it
h5s,
easier.
some queen g5s at some point. So for example, f4, this is what I'm saying, f4, and then white plays f5, and then you always have some maybe knight h5, some queen g5s. You know, it looks as if there's an attack against the opponent's king.
Now, at this point, there's even now with f5 for, okay, is it with f4, is there a possibility of black playing an immediate f5?
Well, I doubt f5 is possible. But wait, I understand that before Callistus has made this move, he would have seen the possibility of f4.
f4, yeah.
So he must have an idea in mind. I really think he must have an idea in mind.
Because...
So is it knight b4? Because if you were saying f5, but I believe f5, yeah?
f5 is actually interesting.
Can't you just take it?
Yeah, you can take. Then pawn takes.
Then bishop takes.
No, bishop takes, knight will take the bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes, then queen takes.
Queen check.
Then queen check, then queen. Yeah.
Blocks. Yeah.
f5, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's go f4. Because somehow, maybe you don't want to play e5, I don't think.
No, I don't think you would want to play e5.
Because suddenly the rook is, locked.
Yeah,
the
locked.
queen, it would take like it would take 50 moves, in fact, to get to this
exactly.
queen side. So, okay, f4 followed by f5.
Okay, so pawn takes, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes. Interesting.
So what we are looking at currently is that if pawn takes, then bishop takes. And if knight takes, then the interesting queen takes.
Queen takes, yeah.
And it seems black is fine. It seems.
Yeah, it seems.
I don't know if it's true, but that's what it seems
But
like.
bishop back.
Yeah, bishop back, but then there's knight b4.
Knight b4, exactly.
And it looks like black is fine.
Yeah.
It looks like.
I guess the exchange would come in now. Rook a to d8.
Yeah, but you're not really afraid of this because you have knight takes e2. And the back rank is weak.
Exactly.
So, for example, rook a2, knight b4, you can't take on because of the back rank.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, good.
Yeah. So it seems if f4, which looks like the move we wanted to make earlier, but f5, f5.
f5.
Wow. I wouldn't have believed in f5, but it works. It works.
Yeah.
Okay. If f4 is not working, rook a e1. All right. So Abdulrahman also thinks that f4 is not working yet.
Immediately.
So he says, okay, I'll just bring my last piece into the game with rook a e1.
Well,
all right.
I think at this point, maybe knight b4.
So now, interestingly, if you play a move, let's say you just waste a move with white, with black.
Okay.
Now maybe f4 is working, because f5 you can take.
Yeah.
And if
that
bishop takes, you can play rook captures first
immediately,
and then play.
And then knight takes.
Knight or bishop? I'm not really sure. Maybe even bishop.
Maybe bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes. And now the king being open and
there's
the extra pawn.
Check. Queen check. And captures the pawn.
Yes. So the queen being open and the extra pawn should be enough.
And that's exactly.
So very interesting move by FM Abdulrahman. I'd say that so far this is the most impressive move I've seen today. Rook a e1. It kind of, it's kind of like it's kind of prophylaxis. It sees that the idea of f5 doesn't work because of f4 doesn't work because of f5, and then it first plays rook a e1.
Yeah.
Now it just looks like he's just bringing his rook into the game, but he has seen that now f4 if he plays it cannot be met by f5. All right, so that's an impressive move. That's an impressive move. Rook a e1. Rook a e1. Okay. I'm impressed by the move rook a1.
Yeah, it's a very good move. So you need to find a way to take that bishop, that white's light square bishop out of the game.
Oh, okay, so let me address this. Someone is saying that h5, h4, that can be the idea. So the problem with h5, h4 is that suddenly you have completely weakened this king. There is no defender around the back king. So we have to be looking at maybe moves. We already have to be looking at moves like,
the possibility of the knight sack is actually there.
Yeah. We also have to look at the knight sack, but maybe after e5.
Not even after e5. More or less like knight to f5 immediately.
Knight to f5, pawn times f5. Okay.
Then queen check.
Yeah, but we have just one piece in the attack.
Yes. Queen check.
There's bishop also captured. Okay, but pawn captures, queen check.
Queen check.
And then king f8. Then
pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
And then all of a sudden, queen h6 and f6.
Queen h6 and f6. So there's enough for the attack. I saw it, but I thought, no, there's no... like, you don't have enough pieces, it's not possible.
Queen h6 first.
Yeah, sorry, queen h6 check, and then...
king in.
And then pawn, and then there's this, this,
exactly. Everything.
Like, if you're trying to defend here, there's just queen h7.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, it's h5 cannot be an idea. The problem is that this king, look at it. If you look at it, like Mr. Edward, I can see because this king is so weak that, and you can see all of white's pieces. They are starting to look as if they are pointing towards this side of the board. So you probably don't want to weaken your king like this. This gives an extraordinary opportunity, like the tactically sharp teams have just pointed out. Knight f5, check. Yeah, so okay, maybe the only option is to take with the bishop.
Yeah, that's probably the only option.
And still the king would be a bit weak, maybe with takes and stuff. Yeah, so I don't think h5, h4 is an option. I don't think it's the move. So here, I think FM Callistus has to dig deep. Has to dig deep because you have to come up with an equally impressive move as this rook a1, which I might even give an exclamation mark because of how good it is. Yeah. So what are the defensive possibilities? What do you want to? You just want to exchange queens? Are we saying that? What's happening? Because we're still a pawn down.
Yeah.
So now apart from the pawn, is also looking as if there's an attack.
Yeah.
So it's not clear.
Well, at this point, I would say knight b4 would be something to look out for, because the honest truth is there's little to nothing for black at this point than to take out that bishop, so that even if f4 f5 would be coming, it's not too bad.
Okay, so knight b4, yeah.
Knight b4. Now if f4, knight takes immediately, pawn takes, then there is always
okay, f4.
yeah, I would say knight takes, but maybe we can hold off with capturing. Is it possible to just go, well, the move that should have been made earlier, bishop to c8?
Why bishop c8?
Well, with the b6, bishop a.
Yeah, but it seems so slow.
But yeah, that's the thing.
Like
if it
by
had
that
been
time,
played
the opponent would have played
immediately,
F4,
exactly,
F5 and
exactly,
checkmate.
exactly, yeah. So that's okay. So knight takes should just come in straight.
Knight takes, yeah.
Knight takes. Pawn takes. Now the question is what to do with the queen. We can't look to double immediately because f5 will come in immediately.
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
It's only possibility.
I think
Or queen
h5 h5 is a possibility now.
h5, yeah.
Yeah.
But what about f5?
f5 h4.
h4.
But pawn
No, pawn
takes.
takes.
Yeah. And then there's the rook takes also.
Yeah, rook takes. This is
And
finito.
yeah, it's just it's just over.
It is finito.
Yeah.
So I don't think, at least for now, I don't think the move h5, h4
Should
works.
come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what to do?
What to do?
I'm looking forward to seeing what FM Callistus wants to play here. Okay, so he's using a lot of time.
Oh, definitely. At this point,
Yeah.
you have to you have to use a lot of time.
Okay, so Sir Edward is saying the knight sack on f5 is cool, but without the bishop and knight, the queen can't do much, and sufficient exchange of pieces is enough for black to hold. Okay, well, but
You need
tell
to
us some
remember-
variations.
You need to remember that black is down a pawn.
Yeah.
So, with an immediate h5 right now, the knight f5 will be the only way to meet knight f5 is bishop captures, because if the g captures on, the attack will just be overwhelming. The attack will just be overwhelming.
and it's difficult to exchange pieces, of course, like you said, because white is a pawn up, so you don't want to just exchange pieces. So
Rook
it says
times d3.
once
The knight.
e5 is played,
Once the knight f5 is played.
once it's played should be sufficient. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand. Rook times d3 when?
Okay, I think he's saying that after h5, you might want to, after h5 and knight f5. Knight f5 is a check. Knight f5 is a check, so it has to be responded to.
I don't think it's this variation. But
Okay.
if you can, Mr. Edward, if you can please tell us on which
Move
move
order.
number and the variation, then we'll try to look at it. Okay, so back to live position. So knight b4, your knight b4 has been played because it seems like we have to start looking for activity.
Exactly.
So, but which brings me to, I'm not really sure about this king g7.
Yeah.
It seems like we could have just played the knight b4 earlier. We just gave
Exactly.
so okay, but knight b4 is fine. Knight b4 is fine. Pawn on a2. I don't think. Are we really worried about the pawn on a2?
Nobody is worried about that pawn right now. Nobody is worried about that pawn right now. The bishop is the most, because, well, it depends on what white plays at this point.
Well, we're looking at the possibility of f4.
F4, yeah, definitely. F4 will be the go-to.
What about f5? Yeah. So we're talking
No,
about.
I thought we said f5 doesn't. Okay, we didn't look at it with the knights at this point. So yeah, with f5 at this point, if pawn captures knight, knight captures is not so good.
We can
So-
take knight captures on d3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure I like the idea, mainly because
Knight captures on d3.
the pawn could capture on d3. No, there's pawn push check.
Okay, pawn push check.
Yeah.
King f7.
Aha. Then now the knight flips.
Flips what? Knight e4.
Knight e4.
Okay, knight e4, but there's the discovered attack.
The discovered attack does not do much.
Okay, so what if I just say, I see you, but I'm a piece up.
Rook take, queen takes immediately.
Okay,
Queen takes, and then knight takes the queen.
Why did I fall for that? I thought I saw that. No, I actually saw queen takes, and I thought, okay, I have something planned. I don't understand how I fell for that. Okay, let me go back and move.
Yeah. So you have to respond to this knight move
let's
first.
see check.
Okay, check. Yeah. Queen captures. Rook takes. There's the knight check. Oh, there's still that. Yeah, there's still the back rank.
And you can't take the pawn on h7
Yeah,
because the piece is hanging.
yeah. King game. Yeah.
And you have two things hanging.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Okay, so, okay, go back one step. Okay, no, after the bishop attacks,
Hey, hold on, sorry. Go back,
yeah,
go back. Instead of, go back, right? Do you have to check first before taking the
yeah,
No,
but it doesn't,
After
after queen takes knight, it
After
doesn't,
queen takes queen.
queen takes queen.
Let's have
The-
the knight check first.
Yeah, the knight check doesn't
Then
really
rook
help.
No, check first, then rook takes.
King takes pawn.
Even if king takes, then rook takes now.
Rook
takes
takes
what?
what?
Rook takes pawn.
okay.
So, do you have this fear of the background mate anymore?
Maybe.
Yes, you still do. He still do, very much so.
Oh, still.
Yeah.
No. That would be wrong because
It's not a check.
He's gonna sack on the knight.
Exactly. It's not a check.
I'm looking at the knight going back short and being safe.
Yeah.
It's the bishop off.
Yeah.
Okay, so FM Abdulrahman has played the F4
F4 move.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just.
Okay, but let's quickly go back. So let's address what Mr. Edward here is saying. After rook E1, he said H5. We said knight F5.
Mm-hmm.
He says GF5.
Queen check.
We said queen check. He said king F8.
Then pawn takes.
Pawn takes. Oh, he says bishop F5 should be fine.
Bishop F5.
Should be fine for black. No, but this can't be fine. Can this be fine?
There's bishop. Because.
No, but this can't be fine.
This can't be fine.
Black is a pawn down one. That's the first thing. And then the king is super open.
It's super tight, as in super locked.
And is about to get checkmated.
Checkmated.
So I don't think it works. Except if we are missing something.
So the only at that position, bishop captures. What he's saying, if bishop captures, bishop captures the pawn. Bishop captures. The only move at this point is queen to say d6.
Yeah, but no matter where the queen goes, the king is so open. Queen
it's just
5, you are threatening mate.
Exactly.
No, I don't think it works.
Yeah, it's just.
If white takes the rook, you can capture queen F5. So after knight F5 check, and then I take. So okay, I think he's saying rook captures. Is that what he's saying?
If he's saying rook captures, then there's just pawn pushing. Okay, there's queen check, king, then there's pawn push check.
Yeah, at the very least, you should. Wait, am I missing something? Let's go. Yeah, at the very least, there's no issue here. I think you can even just take, because you are going to take on F5 next, I think. And white should be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And black should be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, true.
That's it. Yeah, so I don't think it works, Mr. Edward. I don't think it works. There are so many.
The bishop is stronger than the rook in this position, so it's capturing the bishop would be the first thing, rather than allowing that pawn to be captured just like that.
They're interesting possibilities.
Yeah.
Okay, so black, it's live board. So F5 has been played.
After the knight captured on d3.
Yeah, after the knight captured on d3.
Yeah.
Then F5.
Yeah. Now, this makes more sense.
For who?
Well, for black, for one, because although at this point, white also has rook c1.
Yeah.
White also has rook c1. It's quite the interesting game.
Yeah, it looks like if white finds a couple of moves, he would be better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think another possibility is queen, rook c1, queen. Yeah, exactly.
Or
Queen
there's
c3
queen
check.
b2 check.
Yeah, but I think I'll go with the rook c1 first.
Okay, bring in the rook.
Yeah. So depending on where the queen moves to,
Let's say the queen goes to b6.
b6. Now the queen c3 check,
Say check.
which comes with the queen capturing the pawn on c7.
Yeah, the king. So yeah, the king. I really don't get why he played king g7.
Yeah.
It in all the variations it's bad.
Yeah.
Like in all the variations, the
Honestly.
move is just bad.
Mhm.
So queen g7, I don't see it. I don't get it. Okay, so let's look at it carefully now, because it looks as if you're just winning a pawn. So we have to look at it. So queen here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the opponent will probably go to a square where
It would also have an attacking return.
Okay, if it goes here, there's rook captures check
Yeah,
immediately. So that's your 2 pawns up.
Yeah,
That can be good.
you won't want that.
So what then?
Well, even queen coming to d4 would not.
Yeah,
it
but
would
queen
just
is still the
immediate
same, yeah,
rook
it's
takes
still- yeah,
check.
check.
Yeah.
And you'll be 2 pawns down.
Yeah. Because now after, let's see. Say
But maybe that around that is what the option is. Like that's the possibility
yeah,
that he has.
those are the options.
Maybe he just has to go some pawns down and try to hold the end game.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
But if not,
because
okay, so a move has been played. Rook c1. Yeah, rook c1 has been played.
yeah,
So I don't get it.
it's just the
Now it's not really clear what FM
black
Callistus wants to do.
wants to play. Because now, if queen b6,
Yeah,
the natural move would be queen check on c3,
yeah, on c3.
and then king goes back.
Because
Yeah. Now pawn can actually take on f5 first.
Yeah, pawn can take, definitely. Pawn can take, and I think you have to take with the bishop, because if you take with the pawn, there is knight h5.
Yeah,
And
you
apart
don't
from the
want
fact
to,
that you're losing a pawn,
yeah,
they're also getting mated.
exactly.
So you have to take with the bishop.
Yeah. So knight can capture.
Yeah, knight can capture, the king is maybe super open.
Yeah. And now the queen takes on c7.
Well, queen takes on c7. Here, maybe black might think the worst is over. Black might think, okay, the worst is over because he can try to just rustle up some activity. Can he? So there are 2 options: to capture with the queen or to play rook captures on d3.
Well, I think rook captures on d3 would be the only move that would make sense at this point, mainly because after the queen exchange, the rook is on the 7th, and you don't want a rook on your 7th, clearing pawns.
Maybe he also will try to get to the 7th. Yeah?
Yeah, getting to the 7th is not a bad idea, but now you'd be at least 2 pawns down.
No, but okay, let's see. What does it do?
Rook takes pawn.
Okay, rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
I come here.
Yeah, rook takes pawn again.
Rook takes pawn again.
Yeah.
Okay, I come here.
Then rook to g8, g1.
Okay, rook to g1.
So what do you want to do?
Can I come here?
Yeah, you can. But then the rook will just come to a4.
Why does it have to come here? Why does it play some b4, b5, or something?
Yeah, that's another option.
So you just
Leave that
so
pawn
you
and
just defend.
keep rolling.
I was hoping you would play G3. That was my hope. That you would play G3 and
No, there's no need to protect.
Before you guys
I
continue,
can do
a special shout out to international arbiter Obina Gunaya, who was in the charts. I don't know, maybe.
Yes.
One point or the other, and I think Mr. Akintoye is actually a judge, I believe.
Yeah.
From all the way from Akure, and good things you are doing out there in Akure. Thank you very much. God bless you. We are hoping that the Southwest that was not hosted in Ondo State last year would be hosted in Ondo State this year. So of course, lots of us wants to come to Akure and see exactly how sweet an Akure is, especially with the of course you don't eat dogs like Coco Bubile would have preferred, or it's only in Ondo town that one happens, but all the same we still want to come and check you guys out. Thank you very much, and to others that are still watching, God bless you guys. You guys are wonderful. Please keep chatting. See you later.
It's just
2 points
Yeah.
down in a weekend game. It's not easy to defend.
yeah.
Maybe there is hope because they say all weekend games are drawn, but I don't know. Queen d4.
Oh, queen d4. Yeah.
So this allows
rook
rook captures on
takes.
c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good.
That's
Doesn't look good at all.
doesn't look good at all. At all.
Rook captures, you also have pawn captures.
Yeah, but rook captures first.
Yeah.
Because that would determine a lot of things. Is the king moving? Is the rook blocking?
But wait, why not pawn captures?
Well, what I'm looking at is with pawn captures. Well, it's not like it's any bad, but now let's look at an idea in rook takes first.
Okay.
So rook takes. If now this is a very big if, which I don't believe would be rook d7.
Okay.
Now you can have queen to c3.
Queen c3, you want to exchange that?
Yeah. So with this, it's you don't want the queen on the 7th.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
there's
but
no
what?
way-
Okay, but our
Yeah.
opponent will not play that.
Obviously. So now at this point, you can now go with your pawn times. Bishop captures, knight captures, and then the rook can just continue. You want the bishop to come. Knight takes immediately, pawn takes, and then you can decide to do clearing and forwarding with rook times.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah, it's actually quite bad. And capturing the pawn immediately is also a thing,
Yeah, but
actually.
I feel FM Callistus will be kicking himself because there were so many opportunities for him to gain like really good compensation for the pawn then. But now he seemed to play a bit fast at the critical moments in the beginning. But here he's now in trouble. It seems yes. It's taking some time.
So let's see the chats down below if anybody's talking to us.
Let's see. So if white takes, okay, so Mr. Edward was
Oh, okay.
Yep. So please, if you have any questions, please put them in chat. If there are things, if there are interesting insights you want to share that we missed, put them in chat. If there are interesting insights that you want to emphasize upon, put it in chat.
Yeah.
If there is anything at all, just put it in chat, and we will try to talk about it, address it. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so I mean, we have. I like this. He sees that he has some good moves, and he's just taking his time. I think you really need to take your time. So rook c7 and pawn f5. I see. Let me even see if there's a third possibility that we are missing. I say a third possibility. So a third possibility.
Maybe. No. I was looking at the possibility of queen a5. But I don't like it. But wait, with queen a5, what does black play? Do you capture? If you capture that pawn, now that's the idea. If he captures that pawn, there's queen. Pawn takes pawn is more like it. But if pawn takes pawn, then pawn takes pawn, because queen is already away. The option of e times f5 and rook times is so good that it's difficult to look at something. So someone is saying, well, even with this, Callistus will still make his steal. So this apparently is a die-hard Callistus fan. Because if you are looking at this position and you are being objective, I don't think. I don't think rook takes has been played.
I don't think there's too much hope here. Rook takes has been played.
Let me chip something in.
Yes, please.
Before Triple A played this play, he was looking at it.
See, he actually played the rook.
He was looking at it, and I could see from Callistus and the way his expression. If you look at the live stream, you see he stood up from his board. He's looking at it from the outside. And yesterday when he was winning, there was no way of standing. So this time around, I think the pressure right now is on Callistus. I think you already noticed that his position is way bad, because this is another pawn that is going. That's 2 pawns down. And I'm not saying the compensation for it.
At this point, you have Queen C3.
Yeah, so to point it out, the tactical ego who seems has showed us Queen C3 from like the beginning of the game, showing us that the Queen just comes to C3 and maybe you just simply fly and just win if you want to.
Just make it easy.
Exactly.
Slow and steady.
Yeah. But okay, let's see. So what do you take with?
Obviously, pawn takes.
Okay, but rook D7?
Yeah, rook D7 is not at all. It doesn't, because you could go ahead with F5 now.
You can go to F5.
You can go ahead with F5.
So the bishop has to leave.
Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes.
The bishop has to leave.
Bishop. This is actually an interesting
The
idea.
bishop has to leave.
Yeah, the bishop has to leave,
You
but
cannot play H3. I think it's...
no, you can't play H3
Oh, because of the
because
other pawn. Maybe A4 first.
no. The question is, where is the bishop going to? The bishop is now coming to D5 with threats on G7 and G2. So at this point, there's knight check on H5.
Knight H5, then that's coming back.
Exactly.
To keep him on the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Can you type it with bishop at
Then knight back.
That's the bishop.
But well, there's some vague idea of activity.
Yeah.
So I don't think he'll go for this.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go for this line. So after pawn takes, rook, I think rook to, C7 would be the go-to idea.
Just make it simple.
Yeah, make it simple.
Then you take
Now you, rather than taking on B7, you could decide to stick with A3 first.
But A3, the bishop takes the pawn.
Yes, that's the idea. The bishop takes, rook takes, attacking the bishop, and then taking the A pawn again.
Bishop C4.
Oh, bishop C4. Yeah, that's.
So bishop C4. attacking
Yeah,
the rook.
so just take immediately,
Just take immediately.
and then pawn push.
Pawn push.
for this live question? Please have them do
Okay, but
It's,
yeah,
it's not so straightforward.
yeah. This looks like we have given away some of the advantage.
Exactly.
Let's go back. Let's go back a bit. So rook D7, yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Is Mr. Lapide considering the second rook? He's not really considering.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
The second rook, I don't really like moving it now because of the pawn captures on E4, which forces the knight to take back, and then, well, there's also now rook 8 to E7. So I don't really like.
Hold on a sec.
Mm, I would rather go for the queen exchange, or maybe okay, let's say we could actually go for queen.
Okay, so some moves have been played. Let's go
Yeah.
to the live position.
Okay.
Knight,
Yeah, knight
Tempo.
here.
knight here.
Knight here.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a beautiful tempo.
Queen F6.
Then kick the queen
Yeah.
again one more time.
Check.
Okay, check. Then
Pawn
chase
push.
it. Oh,
Yeah.
This is,
Now this is clear.
This is crushing.
Yeah, this is crushing.
Yeah, but okay. So what he's going to do is going to try to set up some blockade on the
On the light square.
on the light
diagonals.
squares. So bishop C6 is going to come.
But before bishop c6 comes, queen d5 would have to come, because if bishop c6 comes immediately, there's the knight
Knight
D4.
D4 attack. That's a
Yeah.
four for the bishop.
and if bishop captures on g2, queen captures on d2.
So what do you propose White should play here?
Well, I would propose rook to c1.
Okay.
Take the open file. Take the open file, because that will then ensure that the bishop comes to, and with this the knight can flip, and knight takes. Now queen can go to, say, maybe e3. e3.
C3.
I think I'll prefer e3.
I want to capture this one.
No, I don't want to capture that pawn. I want to go to the a7 square.
You want to capture this one because you're going here.
Yeah, now the idea is the rook can easily just come to d6.
So what?
To e6, sorry.
Yeah, but I think you just exchange pawns.
It's not forced, at least not for now. Queen can now go to d7.
Yeah, but you have achieved everything you wanted.
Yeah, you have. It makes sense.
And this is just.
Yeah.
I think this is like you are stable, you are good, and I think you win.
Yeah,
D4.
I agree.
Because this rook can never leave here, and
Yeah.
you just make some improving moves. Make sure you play h3, then you start maybe pushing some. You play queen c5, you play rook
Yeah.
c4, and then you start probing.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense actually. The truth is, it's already bad.
Yeah.
It's already bad. So rook c1 just ensures that
Yeah, rook c1 because this entry is
exactly
very
it's
painful.
not very, very painful. And if that entry is allowed, there's queen b5, there's knight, queen b4, there's knight d4. There's just too many attacking ideas in the position.
Yeah, I think at this point it's most likely looking like an FM Abdulrahman win.
Yeah.
Okay. While FM Callistus is thinking about his move, we'll quickly take a short. I will quickly take a short break and leave you with the great Otims. Let me just quickly get some.
I think what we can do is to put on a quick advert.
Okay.
To ensure that our viewers have a peek of what our sponsors also like.
Okay, so. All right. This chair is actually
What's happening? Have they, good afternoon, madam. Have they finished?
Yeah, I'm showing only the players, I believe. They are still playing, but Abdulrahman has a better position against Callistus. Some moves have been played D4, he played. So, this is the current position. 2 points up.
2 points up. Hello, Juju.
Probably is trying to play some knight c3, pawn to d5, to d scratch.
This question, eh? That's the nice C3 now, and
I think I did it correctly. I mean, transitions to only players.
nice C3 now, and
I think I did it correctly. I mean, transitions to only players.
Okay, welcome back to the live stream. And quickly, sorry about that. There was a break in a power outage before. But wait, I wasn't expecting. Please, can you please explain what happens after Queen B6? Because I wasn't expecting Queen C3. I was expecting Queen B6.
Alright, so if we go back and move,
Queen B6.
yeah, I believe Queen B6 is
Queen B6. Now Rook C1 is coming.
you are threatening Queen check here.
Exactly. There's a queen check. There is queen check. There is pawn push to what's it called, to
rook
D6,
here.
to D6, to
Yeah,
E6 rather. So I don't. There is next. It couldn't have because after even. Yes, it's completely winning. Rook C1 then Rook C7.
Even if, let's say, you are slightly worried about exchanging queens, I believe this is just very good for.
Just move the king closer to the king and wrap.
Yeah, this is just.
Oh, no,
he's
no,
afraid
no,
of
he's afraid of
C5.
C5. But you wouldn't have captured after Queen B6. If you have quit Queen C6, what would have done?
Okay, C5. Okay.
Yeah, it's still playable, it's still good. Even if it takes, it still doesn't affect the price of Gary in the market because the king still comes closer.
Yeah.
And
I think this is winning.
the rook, in fact, doesn't even need to go there immediately. The rook just goes to C1 and you're able to go up.
Yeah.
King to D, king can go to, rook can go to C1 first before king D3.
So for instance, rook C5.
And then if you place rook C5, then yes, king there, then you can force the exchange. You have that pass pawn, you have two pass pawns actually,
Yeah, yeah.
technically.
So this
One and this is the second one, yeah. Sure.
So I don't. So yeah, queen.
So why queen back?
So queen B6 was probably very interesting. I'll probably even win immediately.
So I don't know why queen back though. So you probably share why queen back.
Yeah. So I mean, the chief arbiter for this event is a bit confused also by the move. Why Queen B6 wasn't played, since it seems to lead to a completely winning position. You are threatening Rook C1, a decisive infiltration of the Rook. You have Queen check in reserve with the possibility of pushing the pawn at some point, maybe after Queen check, pushing the pawn. And it seems like White is just completely winning. So it seems like maybe the only move to try to resist is the move Queen to C3, Queen to C6. But after Queen C6, pawn to C6, and the king slowly comes towards the side of the board, then you're just winning because the king comes, and if you take with the rook, this is just a winning pawn endgame for White. It's going to be 2 pawns up, and if you take with the pawn, then the king just simply comes here. If the king comes here, you prevent it from infiltrating, and also I believe White is just winning here. So maybe nerves getting to the players a bit, because this, I feel you just calculate this till the end and you just say you're winning. But maybe you didn't want to transition to a different position, thinking that okay, if I can't see it clearly till the end, let me just keep my queen, my rook, and my 2 extra pawns, and I'm still winning. So okay. So all right, it's also a possibility. I just wanted to point out to something earlier. Here, Rook D1, Bishop C3. I want to point out something, that in positions like this, you don't always need to just capture immediately. On, for example, on D5. The truth is that here it seems that there is nothing Black can do about you capturing on D5. So the bishop on D5 is not running away. So in positions like this, I usually prefer to just improve my pieces So H3, making sure that there's no problem on the back rank ever in any variation because your king always has here. And now, okay, you have played a move H3 which improves your pieces, and you're asking your opponent, okay, all right, I'm just going to make slow improving moves. What are you going to do in the meantime? And it turns out that white doesn't really have, black doesn't really have any moves that are interesting. There was another possibility that was shown to me. Just to complete this H3 idea, where you are, for example, if your opponent plays a move, then you again just improve your king slightly and say, all right, my king is now very ultra safe here. Or the transition to when you want to exchange and just win will be just simple and easy. All right, so that's one way. So there was this other possibility shown to me, which was the possibility of playing knight b5, with the idea of bringing a knight to d6, and the knight is just a monster on d6. Maybe the only thing the opponent can do at some point is to sacrifice the rook for the knight, but of course we know that can't be a good idea. For example, rook captures, pawn captures. We're not even afraid of that because queen goes come to e3, and then with a rook you are just winning. All right, so I believe that's just winning. So those were the two possibilities. We are joined by our great host, the architect himself. Architect Bimbo Fajebiroko is here to just share a few words with us and how he joined into this great fight between Callistus and FM Abdulrahman. So please. Architect Bimbo, say a few words to us.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. The game is very tough. I can see. I've not been following anyway, but I can see that it's a tough one. I tried to check the analysis that you guys were doing earlier. So I see that it's a tough one. So it's not going to be easy for anyone. Nobody is a pushover. We're so happy to, on behalf of Royal Rex Hotels and Spa, please be rest assured that we are in support of chess fully, and we're happy to host this event, and we also look forward for other events like this. And I think tomorrow or so there's going to be chess height here too. Yeah, so we'll be willing to welcome chess players, chess lovers all over Nigeria to the event. Keep doing this. This is very good. I can't wait to host our GM in this country, to receive GM. I believe if we keep pushing like this, very soon we are going to have a GM norm or GM title in this country. GM Lapite, well done. You are doing a very good job. I saw a bit of your analysis.
Yeah, so he's praising me, so he thinks I'm going to be kind on him, but he's a Man U fan, so we know he's a fish. Because if you are wearing a Man U jersey here, I know you are definitely a fish. Yeah, so he has been great. He has been hosting us. So if you are around in Lagos, just come to the Royal Rex Hotel. You can play chess, you can chill. It's great. The environment is good. It's in a lovely neighborhood. So everything is really nice here. And yeah, it has been great hosting us. So yes, thank you very much. It seems you want to add some things here in this position we're looking at. Let's say go to a live position. So white is the one like 2 pawns up. How, if you are interested in how you would go about trying to convert this position?
Well, this is a tough one for black. I can say that black is like 2 pawns down. Am I correct?
Yeah.
It's a tough one, but well, nothing is impossible like they say. We've seen really clear positions. We've seen players lose or draw clear winning position, right? I'm not in the best position to analyze now because in my blitz game of yesterday, I see you pull up surprises here and there. I think the dynamism of chess these days has gone to another level. Yeah. But then let's see what's
Yeah,
what's gonna
it
happen.
seems Abdulrahman is trying to play Queen H4 and then Queen F6, because Queen H4 you can't really take the pawn, because then you play Queen F6 check, and I think White should just be winning here.
Yeah, White is winning.
Huh? Okay, yeah, Rook takes, and then it's a discovered check. Yeah, this just wins this wins. So I believe maybe Queen H4 is what he's threatening to do here. So after Queen H4, he played Queen E2. Huh. Queen E2. Oh, is that my... Okay, he played Queen H4. He played Queen H4. That was a mouse slip, because I was wondering that what is Queen E2? Yeah, so Queen H4, and it seems like Queen F6 is just being threatened, and it's not so easy.
Queen E7 looks like it.
Yeah, but once you play Queen E7 and you exchange queens, then I think it's just easy to win here.
No, is that Queen F7? No, on the white square.
Where?
What about
That was a mouse slip, because I was wondering that what is
F7? That's F7.
Yes,
What about that? Was that what he played?
No, he hasn't. Black hasn't played the move yet.
That looks like it.
Queen F7.
So black is actually fighting for a draw here.
Yeah. Okay, so a move has been made. Yes, Queen F7.
Queen F7
Queen F7
looks
was
like
playing. Yeah. So at some point, maybe he's going to play A4 first, and just say, okay, let me put him in Zugzwang. He's going to run out of good moves. Let's play A4, and then some waiting moves. And what is
You won't want white to scatter his pawn connection, because you may eventually enter endgame and find out that it's going to be difficult to combat.
Another possibility is to bring the king.
G4 looks more like it.
G4 is a move. G4 is a move.
G4 looks more like it. Yeah.
So there is G4. There is also the possibility of bringing the king here. The
Yeah.
king supports the rook, and then now that the rook, the pawn is defended, you can just free the rook to get into the c-file or something
Because
like that.
black looks like it's in a bind.
Yeah, it's stuck. Yeah, it's just completely bound. So you are, So king here, but G4 you have to calculate G4. I'm thinking that Abdulrahman would not want to play G4 because it feels like he's 2 pawns up. Why should he start opening up? He won't want to open up his king so much.
King G3 instead.
Yeah, King G3 is still the same idea of bringing the king here. Once the king gets here and this pawn is held, then you can just bring the rook to the c-file, and I think the game should be good.
How did Callistus get into this position?
Well, so he made a move which we considered really bad here, around this point.
Okay, so this was the game I saw.
Yeah.
You
So
said the king up for him is bad.
yeah, we were thinking because suddenly, so his idea was that he will mate f4 with f5, and then after.
Whose idea? Abdulrahman's idea.
No, Abdulrahman is trying to play. He played knight g3 here.
Yes.
Let's go back a bit. He played knight g3 here with the idea of playing f4,
Okay.
f5, and queen h6, things like this.
Mhm.
So suddenly, Callistus played king g7. So his idea is that he wants to, if f4 is played, he wants to play f5. But after f4, f5, so his idea is if pawn takes, bishop takes.
Mhm.
If knight takes, then queen takes.
Mm.
And it looks like, oh, yeah, but
Mm.
he has seen that is, he has seen that,
Yeah.
Everything
The
is-
queen is.
yeah, everything has been handled.
Mhm.
But Abdulrahman made the very strong move, a really, really strong move. He played the move rook a e1. Now, if the same thing happens, let's just look at it. If the same thing happens, f5 takes, Now you first take on E1. The rook is now on the E file. So you
Yes.
take on E1, so there is no pin,
Mhm.
and then you can just play a move like knight, bishop captures, pawn captures, and then queen check here, winning
Mm.
this pawn. So now it will be 2 pawns up. So this was what happened that Callistus saw that I'm now in trouble, and then after that he played the move knight b4,
Yes.
f4 came, knight captures, pawn captures, f5, which was his
Mm.
idea earlier. But the problem is now that the king should not have been on g7 because rook c1, if the queen goes anywhere else, let's say to b6, then there is a check,
Mhm.
and it's a double attack on
Yeah.
this pawn. So, which would lead to, I think we can first capture here. Bishop captures, knight captures, pawn captures, and then black would be a lot of pawns down in the end game.
Well,
So this was how he got into some trouble, and he was trying to. So after rook here, he just played queen d4, giving up this c7 pawn.
mhm, mhm.
So now he's 2 pawns down, and Abdulrahman just found some good moves. Here there was also the possibility, I was showing that there was a possibility of playing knight b5 to d6,
Mhm.
like knight b5 and bringing a knight to d6, which looks like it would have been very good. Also there was maybe just h3, just saying, okay, my opponent cannot even do anything. So yeah, that was how we got to this position, and now Abdulrahman is trying to convert. So he played, after queen f7, he played queen h6, h4, so he wants to play h5. But he can't play h5 actually. Maybe he wants to play queen g5. Because h5, then he has some checks.
Mhm.
Some checks. So yeah, maybe just queen g5. Queen g5 and then h5. Queen g5.
Is that what he played now?
No. This is the live position.
Well, where's the line position?
This position we're looking at.
For this?
Yes.
Why? Why didn't you just?
You don't like the
play-
move h4, right? It doesn't look. It looks like you already had everything. Just find another way to convert. Yeah, it seems like they are both nervous.
I think so.
They are
I
both
think so.
nervous. Because this kind of position, maybe Abdulrahman will convert it in his sleep. You'll find all the computer moves and just convert it in his sleep. And also, FM Callistus probably will not even get into this position. But it seems like both of them are like, there's a lot on the line. I want to show that I'm the better player. There's money on the line. Everything is on the line. So yeah, it's back to live. So this is the current position. H4. H4. You don't really like H4 at all.
Yeah, it looks somehow. I would have preferred the G4
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. Back on G4 was still a possibility. Although maybe he was really afraid that his king would
He didn't want to
open
maybe disconnect his pawn.
pawns, yeah.
Maybe that. Or the idea of king come strolling. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want
You
this.
didn't want this.
Yeah.
Okay. Then black king's now coming. Oh, okay.
Although it's still not too bad. King here.
King.
Yeah, because you are pinned, so you can't really. Yeah, I think this is also still good. Because what you are afraid of is, let's say this, what you are afraid of, let's go back a move, is that after queen captures, the king can come in here. That's what you're afraid of. But once you play king g3, nothing can happen. If
So-
h5, queen takes, you just play king f3.
So
and you
maybe instead of the G4, maybe that's too early. You can stroll your king in.
first, I mean.
Yes.
King
Leave the
here?
yes.
Yeah, and then
Black has nothing to do.
jet here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the problem. When all the moves are winning, you are like, which one should I choose? How should I go about it? Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you. It's
You're welcome. Okay, please. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself.
yes. It's very
Please
really
say
nice.
hi to everybody. Yeah, bye.
Yeah. So that was that is the architect Bimbo Fajar Morocco, the owner of Royal Rex Hotel, trying to show us a few things, and he has been kind to join the show for a bit. So okay, we have the current position. All right, so there have been some things in chat, so let me try to read some of them. Let me see. If Queen B4, there's Rook C4. There's Queen C4. Sorry, let me go back there. Let me try to, since the game is still a bit slow. Okay, so someone was saying if Queen B6, there's what? Rook. If Queen B6, there's Queen C4. I'm guessing you are saying there's Queen C6. Yes, but we looked at that and we said that it seems like white is just still winning in that position. The king will come here and all the pawns will go. So I think we discussed this. You also mentioned, let's go to the line position. It says H4 isn't bad. Yeah, H4 isn't bad, but it feels like there were better, easier ways to convert the positions. So that was why we're really looking at, okay, your opponent played his king. Let's go back. Your opponent played his king to E6. So why not? Why not just play your own king to E3, free the rook, and bring it into the game? So there is, we are joined by the great Dashiolu, my great namesake. So we welcome him to the show. He's going to drop some chess insights and talk a bit maybe about the NFOC coming up. Once again, to remind the viewers about the NFOC. So I give it to please.
Well, a very good afternoon to the viewers. I don't know where you might be viewing from.
Said only one dashi, of course. Very true.
Well, I don't know what Mr. Lapite is talking about. If you know him very well, he likes talking in parables. Maybe he's the second coming of Jesus Christ, for all we know. Although maybe I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering, okay, so the blockade has been lifted voluntarily. What is the idea behind the move? To occupy the open file?
I think here he just decided that there is no other waiting move he can make, so he just wants to play. He's waiting to play.
Okay, so
he's
now,
just waiting.
So right now, white has made a move, so he's threatening to play h5.
Yes.
That's essentially
that's his idea.
That's the idea behind, yeah.
H5.
Okay, so what happens if the king moves up?
Moves up where? D5?
D5, yeah.
Conversion, I don't know about this conversion.
You mean a GM like you cannot convert?
No. I'm saying I don't like the way white is trying to convert this position.
Okay, so
I'm not convinced at all about this conversion. However, maybe Queen G5, yeah? What do you see after Queen G5? With the idea of Queen here and then trying to bring the Queen to attack on the King. So Queen G5.
Which of course would be...
No, but that allows takes and then Queen E4.
No, but that's a lost ending.
No, but is it?
Yeah, it's a lost ending, yeah.
Because yeah.
It captures the
F4 pawn, yeah.
F4 pawn. Wait. It captures the F4 pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, if you can capture the F4 pawn with no damage, it's probably.
So that cannot be.
Yeah, so that's definitely.
So,
not.
So he's not going to play.
So
Queen
he
G5.
can, yeah, Queen G4 is not. Queen G5 is not a move.
Okay, but what if Queen G5 but you capture with the F pawn? What? Somehow it feels like it's not the way you want to go. But maybe that's the way you have to go.
So.
Maybe then Rook.
No.
C8.
What's wrong with Queen E4?
What's wrong with
King E4, yeah. For
yeah,
black.
but Rook just comes back.
Rook comes back, right?
Yes.
Can you blockade? Do you have a blockade?
No, you don't. So I think the king was great on D5.
Okay,
And
as
then
in
switch the
not
rook.
necessarily
Yeah.
not necessarily moving, yeah.
Yeah, and then switch the rook to C1,
C1
and then gain
C,
activity.
okay.
Yeah, you are 2 pawns down, but you have blockaded everything, so it's not looking so easy. Yeah, I don't really understand this H4 idea that he played. Like here, H4.
It was also a one-move threat.
Yeah, it was a one-move threat. Yeah, because we were talking about the possibility of two possibilities, like king here, holding this pawn, and then freeing the rook,
yeah.
and then you just
that
win.
seems to be the.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about you just win.
It frees the rook, and then it feels like it feels like the moves, the next few moves, you know what you are doing.
Yeah.
But here H4 just seemed like just a one-move threat.
It's too yes.
And then the king
did
comes to
did he play it? Has he played
Yeah,
it?
this is the live position.
Which one is the right position?
So rook D8 was played, king H3, and then king D5. Though this one is our analysis. So king D5 is the current position.
So okay, so
The great Dashi is the one sitting, who I'm privileged to be sitting beside.
no,
the great
I'm the
Dashi.
one privileged to be sitting beside him. Because when a fish,
Yeah, so I was looking at rook D1. This was what I was thinking in my mind. That, okay, maybe you want to bring the rook to D1 first before playing queen G5. But yeah, it's still not clear. What if you play rook C8 now? Start trying to say, okay, I'll activate. Yeah, rook C8 played. Trying to say, okay.
is this?
Yeah, this is a live position.
Live position.
Yeah.
So why didn't? Oh, okay, it didn't go to D2 because of the tempo on the rook.
All of a sudden, white and black has some activity.
Yeah.
Even with the king in this.
Yeah.
So, I would like, let me see the body language of the players. It seems, I would feel like FM Abdulrahman should be a little bit nervous now. Because FM Callistus 2 pawns down but looking confident. And I don't want
That's the, you must kill me here today. Well, okay. Yeah, you have your advantage, but you must kill me here today.
Yeah, it seems like the players are very nervous. Like their moves showing a lot of nerves.
What's the time situation like?
So the time situation, Abdulrahman has 18 minutes and Callistus has 17 minutes. So about equal and enough time to navigate. Actually, this is usually a little bit unpleasant to face when you have been playing with a great position. There was no risk. nothing whatsoever, and
then
then
all of
suddenly
a
your
sudden-
opponent has some counterplay. Yeah. It's because you just thought, okay, I'm 2 pawns up. His king is unsafe. Now it seems like his king is blockading, and his rooks are now becoming very active, and your king is now the one looking unsafe. Yeah, I don't get it. It might
No, but I think he can still go with the H5 plan.
the H5 plan.
Yeah.
And you're planning to switch to Queen B6.
Well, whatever, but at least you need to make sure that his own king also feels unsafe.
Okay, but H5.
Yeah, H5.
H5. Takes. So what do we do? Rook D2 or what? Rook C2.
Well, I think Rook C2 seems to be the more unpleasant. Rook C2. Pawn takes, and it's a mess.
There's also Rook C3, but there's G3.
No, Rook C3 just helps white actually.
Yeah, but what I was looking at was the possibility of Rook C3
Rook C3
with
G3.
the idea of G3,
Uh-huh.
but that maybe that the second rank is now weak, that it's possible to try to start infiltrating with our own queen, with the black queen.
But you don't have enough time.
Yeah?
You don't have enough
Yeah,
time.
that's where the problem is, the time.
You don't have enough time. I mean, your own king
Okay,
is...
but
yeah.
Rook C6,
Rook C6.
yeah, going back, yeah. You have
Now-
weakened the second rank, now you just go back.
So you have that. Boy, it looks very unpleasant. So can white afford to play pawn takes pawn? In this position.
This is the question. This is the question.
Huh?
Because pawn takes, first of all, we also have to consider rook takes.
Yeah, of course. No, it's rook takes that will be
Rook
the
takes.
first.
And if the queen goes anywhere, then you have to consider queen e6 with the idea of rook.
Amongst many. No. But that will allow queen d8.
Okay,
So
okay,
you must not allow queen d8. So you need to protect against queen d8, and also at the same time
Threat.
So maybe queen, yeah.
F8, yeah.
So queen f8 seems to be do both jobs, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a proper mess.
Yeah. So I mean, he would be feeling very nervous about playing h5. He won't want to go for it unless he's sure that it works.
Whose turn is it to move?
It's white to move.
White to move.
Yeah, white to move.
And this is the position. This is the live position.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is the live position.
with white to move.
White to move. Yeah, I feel like so some people are saying h5 is line. It's an idea, but the only thing is that you are afraid of your king being open suddenly. So maybe the computer can say, "Oh, h5 is just winning."
Is the computer saying
No,
H5?
I don't know. People are suggesting h5, so I'm saying maybe the computer is
H-
suggesting it, but
H5 might be a fishy move
But-
from we Nigerian players.
but it's going to be very
You see,
difficult.
for a human being to play H5,
yeah.
maybe a computer will play and say, well, this man has absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
I can defend against whatever he brings, but for a human being,
That's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult.
So what are his options?
But even h5, we discussed rook c3 check, but even the direct rook c6 also might even be
Might even be
better.
Might even be better. Okay, so you play H what is it? You want to play H5, yeah? You're saying rook C6. So you now play Queen G5. So
Queen G5 here.
yeah, Queen G5, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Queen
No, that's after rook C6.
Oh, you mean H5?
H5, yeah. You said rook C6.
Yeah, rook C6 is a possibility.
Yeah, and then I said now you play Queen.
Queen G5.
Yeah.
Okay, but Queen G5, maybe it's even possible to just exchange queens.
One takes.
One takes.
Yeah.
It seems like the white king can't get in, so maybe you just bring the rook to C. Maybe you just bring the rook to C2, and the rook is a bit active. And the rook is active, rook on C2. How to protect this pawn? Because white so then black suddenly has some counterplay. But it seems like, okay, Abdulrahman is about to make a move. Has something in mind, so let's go to the live position. Because he's hesitating a lot. Okay, but he has played a move. Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Rook E1. Let's go to the live
Really?
position. Yeah. Okay, rook E1 played. So maybe his idea is F6 and then rook E5. And then saying, okay, I'm going to give you the pawns, but I'm not going to play for the attack.
Okay.
But the problem is, how does this queen
Join the attack.
So it's not really clear. Okay, so let's go active. Let's say what is he saying? I can't see what he's doing.
Yeah, start with rook 6. Rook 6. No, don't start with rook 6. Rook C2.
Rook C2. Okay, let's go rook C2. Okay, you go rook C2. So let's see if we can continue with if his idea continues to work. E6. What if I just take the pawn?
On A2, yeah.
I'm reluctant to, but okay, let's take the pawn.
So white's now is all in, Abi. So what do you do? H5. Why H5? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. No. But why H5? Why not rook? Why not Queen G5?
Okay, maybe that's his idea. Yeah, rook Queen.
Yeah, but the king now goes to D6. Yeah.
But then maybe you can say my.
D4, D5. Are you sure?
I was thinking you could say, okay, now my queen has escaped.
Okay, yeah.
To-
Yeah, you bring the queen back.
Yeah, but it's still not clear because the H4 pawn will be hanging.
No,
okay,
it's not hanging. It's not hanging.
Okay, yeah, you bring the queen back.
And
then you
yeah.
say, okay, now this feels winning for white.
Yeah. It
This
feels
feels winning for
better
white.
for white. Yeah.
So this cannot be it. Yeah. This cannot be the way to resist as black. We have to look for a way to resist as black. We have to look for a way to resist as black. So rook D1. Okay, rook check first, right? Okay. Okay, move as
rook check doesn't do it. It just helps, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, but it takes away the D3 square.
Okay, so Callistus has activated his queen.
That's what he plays.
Yeah, he has activated his queen. So rook E3, I guess.
No, why? Rook E2 probably.
Okay, rook E2.
Trapping queen G. So.
No, but it's not so clear. The guy can actually capture on G4. What? What is this?
Right, rook e2, queen d4, yeah?
Queen d4.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Because I wanted to activate the queen, but suddenly the pawn is hanging on f.
Queen times.
Yeah, but the pawn on h7, f4 is hanging.
Yes, there's no problem.
Oh,
with
queen
that.
takes pawn.
Takes pawn.
I think I get the idea.
Queen
Queen
takes pawn.
If the queen takes the pawn, then there's
queen
queen
takes.
No, there's queen d7 check.
No, there's queen takes b7 check.
No.
Queen takes b7 check.
Oh,
It's
queen
a-
takes b.
Oh, this is
It's not a check. It's not a check.
Sorry,
It's
I
not a
thought
check.
this was a check.
Yes, that was what I also.
Sorry.
Queen takes b7
Now I
check.
understand what you're saying. Okay,
Now,
okay.
queen
If it's not a
takes
check, then yeah, it makes a
Actually,
lot of
queen
sense.
takes b7 check allows rook c6.
Then there's the check also.
You can't check.
Okay, because the queen is
Do
on.
you understand?
Okay, but rook e2. What if I just tell you guys, all right, I respect you. I'm just going to stop you from. I respect you a lot.
So that you don't have an entry point with the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I'm now ready to capture the pawn.
So you go back to g5. Abi?
G5 because of queen d8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is also.
Okay.
Why is the fear of h5 6?
Okay, but he has made a move. He didn't move. He moved the rook to f1. This is fantastic.
So the idea is, well, so he doesn't want to give up the f4 pawn. No, in whatever variation that comes up on the board, at least I still have my f4 pawn.
Yeah. So queen g7. Okay, so Mr. Oyekito is saying some things. Let's see if h5 is an idea. Yeah, h5. Well, at that point when you were saying h5, we looked at it. It didn't seem to be working, but maybe soon h5 will be a good idea. How about rook d2 to start? Rook e1, such a lazy move. I don't think so. I feel like he probably calculated some things. Maybe it was a nervous move, but I won't
So
say a lazy
basically,
move.
he moved from where? From E1.
From d1 to
From-
e1 to
From
f.
okay, so he's moved the rook
Yeah,
but twice along the. Okay.
yeah, but you can say that queen rook f1, rook e1 maybe is semi-clever, bringing the queen from
Out,
protecting.
yeah. So out from the defense
Yeah, and
into
then
the attack. So maybe.
now we can try to invade with queen.
I said the queen does not go back.
However, what do you do after the check?
Simple G3.
So what I was hoping for was that we would be in time, but it seems we're not in time. So what I was looking at, rook here, and then rook here, and then trying to invade here.
And try to look for it. But once you come to C2, there's queen times and threaten.
Okay, queen c7, queen times.
Why not queen takes h7 first and then
That's what I'm saying.
same thing. I
Queen
mean,
takes H7.
why limit or why maximize? I mean, So now the issue is will
If it goes there, queen times B7. Check.
Okay, this one is not good.
Yeah, queen times
For-
B7 check immediately.
for
But can you just be
you
running
can,
with
yeah
the checks?
you can't mate with only a queen. Yeah.
Can you just be running?
Queen
But there's
B6.
d5 is mate. Oh, no, it's not mate, but you exchange queens.
Yeah, but
And
I'll
that-
prefer
that's-
queen
that's-
B6.
No, this exchanges queens.
Queen
Yeah, it
by
does.
force. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
And okay, obviously if the queens come off the board, then it's lost.
No, but is it?
So,
There's rook check immediately.
Okay, I think this is lost. I think this I think white is winning here.
yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
No, because this king is actually very bad.
With 3 pawns, no matter how bad it is, with 3 pawns up.
3 pawns, yeah.
How
But
bad?
I thought the pawn one of them was out. before.
Whatever.
Yeah, so maybe that with the idea of d5 is good. That's good. So, rook check doesn't work. Okay, so live position, yeah.
That's the right position. This is the right position. With
So we're talking about rook here, but someone mentioned queen what?
Queen
Queen
G5.
G5, which looks like you are getting to
The promised lands.
Yeah.
The-
So rook
Yes,
C7, Queen G5, which seems to be good for white. So what is the way to try to resist?
So whose turn is it now? It's black to play, yeah?
Yeah, it's black.
But with okay, the pass pawns adjust.
Okay, so okay, so rook c2.
Yeah, but rook C2, I think.
What did we look at?
We had the same general problem of queen takes. I think queen.
No, you can't take on b7 now.
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah.
guessing the idea is that you want to bring the queen here. So yeah.
So queen takes, yeah. So whose turn is it now? It's black.
Okay, someone is suggesting queen b5. We'll look at that.
Queen b5 now.
No.
But the queen is already on b5. B5, queen b5 instead. Oh, okay, yeah, it's on b4. Queen check on f7. Yeah. I
No,
mean,
not here. Here. To say, okay, I'll continue chasing your rook, queen b5.
but it does play rook f3 now.
Exactly.
That's the whole idea of. I think that's the whole idea of the rook going to the f5, so that it can still join in. And okay, so where do you want to go with the rook?
So,
Once that rook leaves that,
If that rook leaves the back rank,
then queen takes.
I mean, the issue. Oh, okay, you want to come. I know,
check
but there's
does not
nothing.
work.
You have only one check, and that's it. Queen takes h7.
Queen takes a7.
yeah, I think queen b5. Queen b5, rook f3.
Maybe king takes now.
Yeah, king takes, yeah. King takes, but I was so reluctant to suggest it.
Well, I guess at this point there is queen takes also.
Okay, let's review that. So rook c3 check. What are you going to do?
Pawn push.
Dash one. Rook
Huh?
c3.
Rook.
Is it pawn push?
You mean the check?
Yeah, really check.
Oh, I see what you want to try and do. It has to be pawn push still. G3.
Has to be pawn push, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
Hold on. Why? Tunde, why?
So VAF Chess Academy is suggesting rook c3 check.
There's also king h2.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to see. Why don't you want queen h2?
King h2 is actually fine.
Well, yeah, I think king h2 seems. Well,
King h2, queen b5.
Yeah.
king h2, queen b5.
G3.
Then no,
G3, queen
no.
b5.
No, then king
So
g1.
why?
King g1 is a possibility.
But you see the okay, yeah. You can always get your queen to defend g2.
King h2. What?
Yeah.
And then queen b5.
King G1.
And then king G1.
Yeah.
But then the king has entered. Is that not a perpetual check? Queen here, queen check. Isn't that perpetual?
Not really.
How do you prevent it?
There's queen takes on each.
Yeah, but that's the perpetual I'm talking about. Queen here.
King to H1. King to H1.
Ah, king H1.
Yeah. And now there's the queen is active at the back over there.
Okay. Okay. So queen here, no? How about queen here?
Yeah, still the same. Queen times H7. Queen times H7.
So the queen will take and
Exactly,
protect the
still
pawn.
protecting.
I didn't see king H1. Okay, rook C3 has been played.
Rook C3.
Mm.
So that's the critical question. So what's only two moves? Yeah, only two reasonable moves.
Yeah.
Either king H2 or G3. Yeah.
But actually, G3 is also still
Ah.
playable.
I'm not so sure.
The reason why G3 is still playable.
It looks loose, have it?
Yeah, it looks. Yeah.
The reason why G3
My
is still
instincts would
playable is
not.
if queen goes to
B5.
B5, king can step up
To where?
to G2.
That looks too much. Like
This
G3,
man.
queen B5,
King G2.
king G2.
Rook.
Rook check, rook blocks.
There's also queen check, by the way.
Rook blocks.
Yeah, in fact, rook, queen check first. Try and bring in as many pieces as possible.
Rook blocks.
Queen E4.
Okay.
That looks like mate.
At least not yet. King H2.
That's mate, huh?
Rook
G2. Queen E1.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
That looks like a mate. So yeah, queen rook C3. Okay, so he has played king H2.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
So would we see
King takes.
king takes? Would we see queen B5
Or queen takes.
or queen takes? Queen takes looks like you are just going to get into some.
Yeah, some very serious trouble.
Wow. I when about 30 minutes ago when I was looking at this position, I didn't think there was anything to talk about anymore.
Black.
Yeah, we just thought, okay, this game is about to end. But yeah, nerves.
It shows the richness of chess, actually. It's never over till it's over.
Yeah, it does. All right. So Vath Chess Academy says Queen B5, and that's the move we want to see. Queen B5, Queen B5, Queen B5. Attacking the rook on F1. And I think your suggestion was King G1, yeah?
Yeah.
King G1. Trying to look for the best way to create counterplay.
Okay. now with there's nothing the black spaces can do to stop the queen getting in now.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to life. Okay, queen b5 has been played. Yes, but queen b5 seems king g1 and the game should be over. And we don't see any way. And we don't see any way. Sorry for black to
There's also
create
the possibility
counterplay.
of rook c2. I mean rook f2.
Yeah, okay, rook f2.
That's also a possibility.
But the main thing is, it seems like a white queen can just infiltrate somewhere.
And once it's
Once it finally gets in,
the havoc is going to wreak. The Black King is going to say, why have my soldiers abandoned me?
in the search for counterplay. Yeah, so Mr. Dashi there, giving us insights. All right, it's been interesting. Let's see which one of the moves Abdulrahman chooses. FM Abdulrahman chooses either to play king g1 or to play the move rook f2. Actually, both. Well, we calculated the move king g1. We calculated the move king g1. Someone is saying rook e1 is better. He says it as if he is sure that rook e1 is better. And when someone is talking like that, maybe he's backed by an engine. But after queen e1, aren't you afraid of queen d3? Isn't this something we should be afraid of? Or have you figured it all out? I would be afraid of queen d3. But it seems he has made a move. King g1. Alright, king g1 played. Because if we go back here, if we go back to the live position, if we play rook e1, what are we going to do after queen 2? What are we going to do after queen 2? Queen to d3, threatening. So Ogochukwu says queen g5. Yes, Oyekutan says queen g5. Yeah, but okay, now you're threatening queen d8, and it's looking like checkmate. Okay, rook e1. Yeah, because, so one of the things was, if we go back here, it seems like no matter what is happening here, the king can always escape to e4, but with the move, rook, let's go back to the live position, where is that? With the move rook e1, it seems like the king cannot escape. But the only thing is that you are afraid. You are suddenly afraid that there will be some counterplay with queen g5. But since you said queen g5 preventing queen g3, it's possible. So here, I don't think it's not about plans or anything like that. You just calculate it and see what works. If it works, it works. So let's go back to the live position. King g1 has been played, and now it's not clear how Callistus wants to stop all the threats of queen captures and this possibility and the queen infiltrating. So, okay, so he played the move queen to d7. So going back to defense. But now queen f8 is looking like you are infiltrating already into the enemy camp. Yeah. So queen f8. What do you do after queen f8? Okay, queen f8 has been played. Yeah, because you are threatening a lot of moves. You are threatening queen g8. You are threatening queen. It might even be threatening queen. You are threatening queen to so many places. So it's not so easy. You you have to. Black is practically black is in trouble here, in a lot of
Wow.
trouble.
How about King E4?
King E4. Yeah, that was, as I was saying, black is in trouble. I saw the move King E4.
Okay.
The game keeps on going. King E4, and now the king is a fighting piece. Is it possible to play pawn push? But then queen just takes it. Rook check. Rook comes in. I don't know if this is a losing attempt by me. Am I trying to lose this position? King just comes back here. No, but
No,
then
it's
you
not good
exchange
though.
queen.
No, that's not good. That's lost energy.
Pawn in, yeah. So what do you do?
No, I'm not sure the rubbish you played up to that place.
No, but we're looking at. Let's go back. Queen here. Okay.
Oh, he went back. He's gone back.
Yeah, he went back.
He went back.
Yeah, but then just d5.
And he's played D5, have
Yeah. Yeah, but okay, d5 after queen captures on
he?
d5.
Queen.
Queen check on D.
On C8.
C8.
Yeah. And then you win the rook.
Yeah.
So I think now it's a bit clearer.
Mm.
And if the king captures, then rook here. And here
so
it's just
so invariably it's lost.
so maybe maybe king, the king.
So it's this position is lost.
Yeah, this one is lost.
But is this the live
Yeah, this is the
position?
live position.
Oh, okay, so it's lost. Yeah. Oh, he didn't capture. He
No,
ran.
can't capture. It's obviously the captures is lost.
Okay, so
So now D.
queen,
Okay, queen
queen,
check.
of course. Now it's
Certified.
Now you just play by hand. And then you're threatening queen and pawn e6. And the pawns just push. Okay, so it's
well, he voluntarily lifted the blockades. That's the issue. Couldn't he have kept the blockades?
yeah. Well, you were saying about king e4.
Well, yeah,
If we go back here,
yeah. So,
yeah, king
so
e4.
what did he play?
Yeah,
And
but
king
instead,
d4.
yeah, but
King
instead,
d4 is
yeah,
probably
but-
is a better.
but instead he played king
no,
c6.
no, 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 no. You can't go back.
He probably
If-
just completely missed
Uh-huh,
d5.
yeah. So if you go, no, sorry, Rotimi, if you go back,
Yeah.
go back. So he went king, queen f8.
Yes.
So if you had gone king e4,
Mm.
that
was
that threat would not.
Yeah, but that was this was where I was talking about the move e6.
Oh, okay.
E6.
Whether this.
Yeah, with the idea of e7, e8.
No, I don't think I would like this really.
Sorry.
Because listen, because queen times queen captures. But sorry,
Yeah, thank you.
rook blocks.
Yeah, this was where I was
Takes.
talking
Ah,
about
okay.
Yeah,
queen here.
queen the king takes pawn.
King takes pawn away,
Yeah,
and then the queen can check.
yeah, and just keep checking. That's
Yeah,
a
maybe.
certified
In fact, this position looks
Looks
better
like-
for black.
for black,
yeah,
yeah.
yes, and white. Yeah.
Okay, so this one is just over now because the two pawns are just moving.
Yeah.
So queen captures, king captures, and then maybe rook e1 or whatever. Yeah,
No,
I think there are so many moves.
There's no need to play rook e1, just e7 immediately.
Is
Yeah,
this the
but
position?
technique, yeah.
Yeah.
Live position.
Yeah.
With white to play, obviously.
Maybe rookie one.
It's going to play.
That's no. Why would he want play? Why rookie one? Yeah. Yeah.
Rook E1.
No,
Rook
queen times
D1.
queen
Rook
first.
D.
Queen times queen first. Queen times is a check.
Okay. So
Yeah, then rookie one now.
This is.
Rookie
are
one.
you sure that this is the position?
this is
Because
a-
Abdulrahman doesn't look relaxed.
Yeah, he's. Yeah,
This
more
is the
time.
position.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the live position.
Oh.
Well, he could still.
Oh no,
he could actually play.
this is elementary,
Mm.
like Sherlock Holmes would say.
My dear
Yeah.
Watson.
My dear Watson.
Rookie one is.
Rookie one, yeah, that's the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, can I, even me, as fishy as I am, can I throw away this position?
Rookie one is just straightforward because even with rook c8, there is now d6.
Okay, Rook E1 has been played.
Rook c8.
Rookie one has been played, yeah?
Rookie one, rook c8.
Okay.
Yeah, d6.
Only move Rook C8.
d6. King
Probably move.
d7.
I tell you that 2 pawns on the 6 are stronger than a rook.
Mm-hmm.
Talk less of now when you now have 2 pawns on the 7th. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Simple.
Please recite. Okay.
Alright, so that's.
Lord, so let me see who has won my money today.
So that's 1-1 and.
How many moves?
And it ended on move 54.
Moving. I think somebody predicted 54. Somebody actually predicted 54.
So that's white win. So please, if you can help us get one of the players to just come in. The winner. The winner, please. Yeah, so we would be joined, hopefully we'll be joined soon by the winner of the round, and he will try to take us through how the game went. Please, if you have any questions, please drop it for FM Abdulrahman so that we can ask him. We can ask him during the live commentary, and the winner of the second round is here joining us. Yes, please. It looks like a tough fight. You are sweating here. Okay, so we understand that you have a round the next round. So I don't know if you just want to take us through the critical moments and stuff like that.
I just think in the opening, I think the idea to try to sacrifice a pawn, I think, was a bit dubious. But it looked difficult. But I just think, or maybe he didn't find the right continuation.
Yeah, we were looking at. Okay, so let's ask you a few questions. We were looking at the possibility of here that instead of after Bishop G4, I think you saw Bishop G4.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That after Bishop captures E2, what were you going to do?
Queen takes E2.
Okay, Queen takes.
No,
E2
no,
is
not Queen
possible.
takes E2. Sorry. It was a different position. King takes.
Okay, yeah, King takes, and we thought, okay, that with the fact that the King.
Yes, but I thought maybe I can play F4 and King F2.
Let's assume it starts with Rook E8 or something like that.
Okay, now that I showed you my plan.
Yeah. Now you should the plan. Now we thought, okay, it's going to be a bit tricky to.
Yes.
completely understand.
Maybe this is the right approach.
Because we were really thinking Bishop times E2 was the way, because Bishop can't really capture, King can't really capture.
But I saw that Bishop takes, you play Queen C3 and King
Yes,
F1.
exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so maybe this is the way.
Yeah.
Rook E8. But still, this can't be so terrible, can it?
No, not that it's terrible. But it's like it seems like he has some compensation for the pawn.
For the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, if you
No. Okay, so this was interesting. This was a critical moment. I think if he found this, I would have needed to So, but I think the way he played, I was able to just solve all the.
Yes. So after that, castle's rook game. So we're even thinking maybe this rook should come, and not really for the possibility of playing here, but for the possibility of playing on the queen side. A5, A4, knight B4,
That's ultra deep.
knight B4, and saying that all the pieces are here.
I understood that he was
and I
trying to
want
play for
here.
activity.
Yeah.
I just felt that he was trying to play for activity, which was logical
Yeah.
to some extent.
Okay,
you
so
know.
rook here.
But then after I played F3 and E4, I became a bit confident that there should be no problem anymore.
Yeah, but F3, we're also looking at why he played bishop F5. Why not maybe even directly bishop C8 or something?
Yes. I think I just guess he felt that his bishop should not go back. His bishop should remain. I thought he wanted to play bishop E6 and then F6 and then bishop F7.
F7.
I thought that was a good defensive idea.
We were looking at something else entirely. Let's say okay, we have to defend the pawn, right?
Yes, E4.
E4.
Yes.
Then maybe some check.
Yes, King H1.
King H1. Then maybe some knight B4.
Yeah, but I thought this should not be so bad. I even thought I could play F4 here.
F4. What were we looking at here? I think Otims was mentioning the move B6.
Trying
With
to
both
do
the
what?
idea
Bishop
of
A6.
Bishop B7 or Bishop A6, that the bishop comes to
So,
one of these
so
diagonals.
my attack that looks like it's happening is fake.
But the bishop comes to A6 maybe and puts pressure on this.
Yeah, okay, that's a super interesting idea.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But maybe I can play knight G3, rook F3.
Okay, now knight G3, knight G3.
Yeah, maybe knight G3
Okay,
and rook F3.
and then rook F3. What about the possibility of continuing to try?
Put pressure. Well, I'm going to play F. Of course, I'm just pretending. I want to play F5. I just want to play F5 and just. So I don't mind even if one day you capture on D3, but I want to make sure that when that day comes, okay. The pressure is getting much, truly. Is knight H5 possible?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe some knight H5.
Maybe
Yeah, I mean, his dark squares are weak,
Yeah,
so-
yeah. We were actually in the beginning we were thinking he shouldn't exchange the bishop, but that he should play knight C6 and try to capture the pawn with E5.
Okay.
But maybe it doesn't work because you hold the pawn. Okay, so that was that, and then I thought this move was very nice. This first of all, King G7 we thought was really bad. Then because so the idea was that F4, F5, EF, knight F, EF, bishop F, knight F, queen F, and and we thought this doesn't work. Like it doesn't work for white. But that when you play the move rook AE1, that everything else suddenly works. Let's make some strange move for white. Then F4, F5 doesn't work anymore because of rook captures, and suddenly, the bishop.
No, I saw. I saw all of
So
this.
yeah, the rook AE1 we were praising the move. We thought that it was like the best move.
Yes,
of
and
the game.
I also thought it was prophylaxis against.
Yeah.
Like even if he decides to play F6, I realized I could play I could play. Especially, I was waiting for knight B4.
Yeah,
So basically, I had ideas of F5 and E5.
yeah.
Because the rook being on E1 now,
Let's
one
see.
day I can play. Yes, if I play.
F4, yeah.
Yes, of course, F4 here.
Okay.
But basically, the point is that F6 is not good enough now. Because F6, I'm going to play F5, and I can play E5 if he takes on F4, or if he plays bishop back. No, bishop back. is
Okay,
defensive
looks-
setup.
yeah.
So E5, I thought was interesting.
Okay. So what if he plays? Let's say.
You s-
Okay, rook captures.
You see the problem now, because I have rook takes E5, and there's a knight hanging on B4
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't
on F6.
F6 and then.
Yes,
they
so I
just,
thought that this was
the dark
going to
squares
be,
are
yes,
just
I thought this was
decisive.
going to be-
Okay. Yeah. So we thought rook AE1 was like a really nice prophylactic move. We were praising it. That we said it suddenly made the move King G7 look completely random. So yeah. So knight B4, F4,
Yeah, but I was surprised.
Rook
Yeah, I
C1.
was struggling to convert 2 pawns up.
Yeah, but there were so many who were completely shocked. So here we looked at Rook C1. I think Otins was suggesting Rook C1.
Yeah, of course. But I just thought, let me take the easy way out. That
Yeah.
If I force him to play Bishop D5 and I take, and I'm just 2 extra pawns up,
Yeah.
you know, like how more difficult can it be
Yeah, I was telling.
Your bishop your knight was much better
than the bishop? No, but 2 pawns up. I understand that.
Yeah,
I understand
your
that.
knight
I was
is
trying to
much
take the
better.
easy way out. I was trying to take the easy way out.
Okay, but invariably sooner or later you will have had to give up the knight for that bishop if he stood on d5.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
here we're looking at the possibility that knight b5, knight d6. The knight comes
I
to.
see. I was already in you know what they call paro mode. I was already in the mode of like, because I just thought 2 pawns up. How difficult can it be?
Yeah.
2 extra pawns.
Or also here maybe h3, king h2, and just say you can't do anything, and then you can always take on.
Okay,
d5
because anytime I want.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no need to just play immediately.
Yeah.
Yes. I can maybe even play queen f2, queen h4, and wait. Yeah, but you see, the problem is when you think you are, when you already see where you are going, and that part is actually not as straightforward as you think. So I was just thinking that after exchanging the bishop, there's no problem again. But it turned out that.
Yeah, okay, so let's go to, I think,
But,
maybe the next decisive.
I hope I was always winning. I hope there was never a chance when.
I think it got to a point where it looked like it was maybe possibility of a draw, where he started getting some activity, where he played king. We'll get to that. Where he played king. He played king in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see that. Okay, rook takes f4, knight here, knight captures, h3. Okay, rook here. Okay, queen here, h4. Yeah, so here.
This queen h6 was rubbish.
Yeah. So here we were.
And I thought it was a strong move.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it was. I said it was like a one move.
Threat.
A one move threat.
The move queen h6. No,
Yeah.
I didn't see that the one move threat. I thought it was a positionally strong move. I was trying to make sure that the queen is tied down. I didn't realize that it's my own queen that is about to get tied down.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, that was my thinking. I was thinking that okay, I'm tying him down now because the queen on f7 can no longer move. You see, that was my thinking. But the problem is, but I had in the mindset that it can no longer move. And I now thought that I can play h4. You see, h4 was the criminal move.
yeah. But here, after queen h4, we were asking that why did you consider king here, freeing
Of
your
course, I
rook?
considered it. Of
Okay.
course, I considered it. I just thought, is there any reason to make my king? Yeah, I think I should have just been more patient.
Yeah, because it seems like the queen can't really live here, and since the queen can't live here, just improve your own king, free your rook, and just win.
Yes. Which was the whole idea. Yes, which was the whole idea. But somehow, the instinct not to expose your king.
Your king.
I was
Yeah, but you
just-
ended up exposing the king.
Yeah, I had no choice. There was no choice.
With the h4, we thought it was very like if you are going to play h4,
No, you see, h4. You see, it looks strong
like, okay.
because it looks like the king is in the way, and I want to play h5.
Yeah.
But it just turned out that he could regroup. Rook
Yeah,
d8,
you
king d5.
missed rook
I
d8.
just missed rook d8, king
Yeah,
d5.
rook d8 was a very nice move.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
just
very
missed-
nice
I just
defensive
missed rook
idea
d8,
because the
d5.
king just comes to
Yes, and all of a sudden my queen is trapped.
Yeah.
And I was no longer 100% sure. Like all those end games, if I play queen g5, am I losing or? If I play queen g5, I was always, I was worried that now an active king and an active rook. My own rook is passive, my king is passive. So I was,
Well, let me switch on the engine for a second and see maybe there was any moment where Black had any chance.
okay, well, I'm very pleased to see this because I was getting worried. Like, what if he plays queen back to e7? I was getting worried. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. So
I think the moment he allowed my queen to come back in, I was just looking for. I think he became ambitious in a funny way. I think he should have continued trying to frustrate. But
you had H5, I think, at
I was now suddenly seeing ghosts. That if he plays, you understand? I'm the one that wants to attack. What if he's not able to take on h5 and play rook c6 and queen g7?
No, we're not seeing any counter for it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it seemed like a bit of a nervous game, but once you found this very nice move at the end, d5
Yes.
check,
Yes.
which
Yes.
just
Yes.
it works in all the
One good
ways.
move. Finally,
No,
one good move.
there were good moves that came to this point,
I feel like that was the only good move. of the game.
but after this,
That
and
was the only
then
good move of the game.
it seemed to be over.
Okay, fair enough. Let me go and rest.
All right, so.
Thank you.
Just one more question
Okay.
from someone in the audience saying Esther Akintoye, saying, who are your
It is
seconds?
secret.
All right,
It is secret.
you've heard it from the man himself. He says it's a secret and he wants to go and prepare for and rest for his next round. All right, thank you very much. Round 3, we would be back. Thank you so much. Yes, at 3 o'clock we will be back. Thank you very much for joining the live stream. It's been a pleasure taking you through the games, and bye from this side of the world. Round 3, we would be back. Thank you so much. Yes, at 3 o'clock we will be back. Thank you very much for joining the live stream. It's been a pleasure